builder. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Oh, yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
If you're currently stuck in a loan or lease, AJ the Trade Man can get you released. MattBlattNissan.com. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
South Jersey's play-by-play home for the Eagles,
Touchdown!
Sixers, and Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Blatt Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a happy hour Friday on 97.3 ESPN FM and 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. Woo! We got a lot to get to today on the show. I had a day off yesterday. Technically, I had a day off. I was actually doing some work from home, but did have to come into the studio, got a little recharge. So I'm back riding solo for the next 4 hours. You're on 97.3 ESPN. What a weekend we got coming up. The Phillies are back in action after a day off. The Eagles are finally done with the preseason. I got some real specific thoughts of that game last night. Going to call it a game. We got to get into throughout the show. Plus, high school football is back in full force. Mainland Regional in Washington Township opened the day earlier today. And right now we have Hamilton and St. John Vianney playing over at the Battle at the Beach at Ocean City High School. So a lot of high school football action going on. We'll keep action going on this weekend. We will keep you updated throughout the day on that front as Mainland Regional opens the season with a win. Pretty impressive, in my opinion, actually. You know, I know the score was 26-7 for Mainland, but I think it was the fact that the team looked as good as they did against what should have been a better football team. You know, it was 13-7 at halftime. I felt like Mainland just absolutely crushed their soul in the second half. So we'll keep you updated on the high school football stuff as well throughout the day. Happy Hour Friday. Let me know what you're consuming this weekend. I got some recommendations for you as well. Keep them coming in at 609-403-0973. That is the text board. And you can DM the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. So, Phillies back in action tonight. We will get to that, but I do want to start with the Eagles game last night because, like most of us, we were watching the game on television. There were a handful of people who went to the game and saw it in person, right? But the majority of us saw it on television. And I got to tell you guys, I am not a fan of what I saw last night. Not necessarily because I think the Eagles did anything bad. I think I wasn't a fan of what I saw last night was because you know how painful it is to watch a preseason game with a national broadcast covering it. See, I'm the guy who likes to hear from the national perspective during a regular season. But from my experience, as time goes on, the preseason for the NFL and the preseason for the NBA and the NHL, I don't want the national people anywhere near the game. They don't even know who's on the field. They try to make a joke about how they don't know anybody's on the field. It was just poor, okay? That was my first big takeaway from the game last night. If you were watching the game like I was, I mean, many of us were watching on Fox 29 last night, their simulcast of the Amazon broadcast. And I felt like I had to do extra homework last night and this morning. I felt like I had to go into extra study mode because I walked out of that game very, very uneducated from that game. You know, I tune into a game to see what's going on and look at something. And I saw a couple specific things last night. The first thing I saw has to do with the quarterback. I felt like last night was an example of the reason why Tanner McKee should not be the backup quarterback for the Eagles. I know there's a lot of people out there who say Marcus Mariota stinks. He can't play football, which is not true at all. Okay. Look, to play in the NFL, you are a small group of people. And let's be realistic. Marcus Mariota spent half of training camp having snaps thrown over his head because Brett told him out of the snap of football. So the Eagles are down to basically their third and fourth string centers when it comes to snapping Mariota the ball, because their backup center last year was Cam Jurgens, and now he's projected to start at right guard. That's a problem. Don't forget, in the past, you had guys like Isaac Seumalo who could slide inside as well. Well, he can't slide inside anymore either. So ultimately, you have a situation where you have number 3, number 4, number 5 guys snapping Marcus Mariota the ball. And I thought Mariota looked a little better last night. He looked a less, happy feet when it came to setting his feet when he threw. Still not the greatest, most accurate quarterback in the world, but frankly, he's never been the most accurate quarterback in the world. If you ever watched Marcus Mariota in college, Oregon, in the NFL, Tennessee Titans, he's never been the most accurate quarterback. But he's going to give you a better chance if something happens to Jalen Hurts in the middle of a game than Tanner McKee. Because last night, Tanner McKee, my. He had some problems, man. It was very obvious that Tanner McKee had some problems last night. First of all, why is Tanner McKee rolling out of the pocket as many times as he did? Of the 4 quarterbacks on the roster right now, he is the least athletic. He is the least mobile. He is the one guy that you are least likely to look at and say, yeah, he's going to run for a first down. He was not processing the field very well. There were moments in time during the game where there are times during the game last night that I felt like I wasn't sure if I felt bad for him or felt bad for the Eagle fans who want to die on the Tanner McKee hill on Twitter or X or whatever we're calling it. It is utterly ridiculous, utterly insane that we are having this conversation. Realistically, Tanner McKee, he did not look great under pressure last night. He just didn't. So I think overall he has looked good and much better than Ian Book this preseason. And according to reports from training camp, Tanner McKee is probably going to be your number 3 quarterback for the season, because remember, the NFL has that new rule where you have to have a certain number of quarterbacks dressed for every game to avoid the San Francisco fiasco last year. So that was my first big takeaway. My second takeaway from the Eagles game, which you heard last night on 97.3 ESPN, Mel Reese and Mike Quick suffered through that game one more time for all of us last night. We saw a lot of Trey Sermon. And I'm trying to figure out if Trey Sermon is going to get traded or not. I know the national media keeps talking about, is Jonathan Taylor going to get traded and the Colts giving him that deadline? But I got to be frank with you guys. I think Trey Sermon is going to be the guy that teams show let me put it this way. Trey Sermon is going to be the guy that when a team says we can't get Jonathan Taylor, they're going to call the Eagles about Trey Sermon. I think that's what's going to happen. I don't know if the Eagles are going to trade him or not, but I think he's a candidate to be traded. Because you saw yesterday afternoon, the Cardinals made 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 roster moves. They made a bunch of moves. They traded Isaiah Simmons to the Giants. They traded for Josh Dobbs from the Cleveland Browns. And they look like a team that is basically reshuffling their team on the fly. If they're willing to do what they did yesterday afternoon, I highly suspect that the Cardinals are going to be one of many teams calling other teams about trades. And that's why I say I think that Trey Sermon might get traded. Because after the way he played last night, I think he proved Trey Sermon is an NFL running back. I just don't think he fits this NFL team. Because you already have Kenny Gainwell, Rashad Penny, you have DeAndre Swift, and you have Boston Scott. There's really no room for Trey Sermon at this point. A guy who I think might have sealed his roster spot last night was Devin Allen. I think Devin Allen is going to have a strong opportunity to make this team. And not because he had that big kick return. I think the kick return was the icing on the cake. The bigger deal is that this guy, who's a track athlete, has shown you that he's also a football player. He is playing the gunner position, and that's a huge deal because remember, last season, that position was played by Zech McPherson a lot of the year on special teams. Zech McPherson out for the year. Devin Allen is showing he can return kickoffs, he can play special teams. And he might be the kind of guy who barely makes the team. Frankly, if he doesn't make the 53-man roster, I feel pretty safe saying he'll be on the practice squad to start the year, and that the Eagles will go into the season probably calling him up on game days for a few weeks. I think Devin Allen has proven himself to have way more value than Britton Covey has. Now, the problem with Allen and difference from Covey is that Allen cannot play the slot very well. He's an outside-only receiver. Covey is an inside receiver. But the problem with Covey is that he's been injured most of the year. Can't stay healthy. As I look at it, if I'm the Eagles, I already know I got 4 spots locked at wide receiver. It's Brown, Smith, Watkins, Zacchaeus. And frankly, Zacchaeus can return punts. They don't need Britton Covey to return punts. Covey has not been healthy this entire month. And either they're being overly cautious with him, or they're getting annoyed that he can't get healthy. This guy literally made the roster last year because he could do kick and punt returns. Now he doesn't do kick returns anymore. You got Devin Allen for that. And you don't need him in the slot because you're already multiple guys deep. And frankly, I think Greg Ward is probably going to land on the practice squad. I think he's going to have more value this upcoming season than Britton Covey does. And then finally, the other offensive player that I saw last night that I think is very interesting. I want to go to the offensive line. To me, it's very obvious that this team does not have a clear backup at center. And even though Josh Sills got better as the preseason went on, I think he's way too far behind at this point. And we know the Eagles don't like shuffling guys all over the place. If for whatever reason Jason Kelce gets injured this year, I don't see them sliding Dickerson or Juergens inside and putting someone else at guard. Unless something changes. But as of right now, I think there's a strong possibility that Josh Andrews makes this team and Josh Sills is with Asuo Pet on the practice squad. Because you need a legitimate backup center. It's been really bad at times seeing, like for example, Brett Toth hiking the ball at people's heads. Cameron Tom with his sloppy hiking. You can't ask your quarterback to be successful if your center can't do his job. Because you saw last night, Anthony Richardson was out there with the first team offense. And you saw how it impacted him when a couple snaps were not directly online. And you saw that against the Eagles' third and fourth string guys, maybe one or two second teamers, that Richardson still struggled last night. And part of it was because some of those snaps were not clean. And I don't want to see the Eagles go into a season with Jason Kelce. I can't promise you that he's going to play every snap of the year. If he gets injured, even a short-term injury, he misses a quarter or two, are we really comfortable with telling Cam Jurgens or Landon Dickerson, hey, you guys have played center before. Why don't you kick inside and we'll send out, Driscoll or Tyler Steen cold into the game to play guard? I don't like that idea. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank. Seattle, don't forget, we are counting down the days to the Eagles' initial 53-man roster this Tuesday afternoon. All NFL teams have to get the first cut down to the 53. We'll keep you covered on all those updates for the Eagles here on 97.3 ESPN. Just reviewing my final takeaways from the game last night and what it means for the 53-man roster. We will dig deeper into the Eagles as well throughout the show. Adam Kaplan, Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, coming up at 4 p.m. today. Also, don't forget, impressive Atlantic City's Mike McGarry will join us live from Ocean City High School, where the Battle at the Beach weekend is going on right now. Mainland won the first game of the weekend. This afternoon is Hamilton and St. John Vianney in competition. And, of course, Ocean City and Pleasantville will play later this evening. Also, we're getting into some futures conversations, a little Eagles, Phillies, and sports betting talk with Dan Alexander from the Cash Considerations podcast. College football is this weekend. I will give you my picks for the college football weekend a little bit later in the show. And we'll talk Phillies in the 5 o'clock hour with Frank Close, our Phillies insider from 97.3 ESPN.com. As the Phillies, they got 2 out of 3 against the Giants. Now they got the Cardinals coming to town, one of the worst teams in all of baseball this year. We'll find out from Frank the state of the Phillies with, I don't think we talked enough about the Ranger Suarez injury. How concerned or not concerned should we be? Well, we'll ask Frank Close coming up at 5:25 tonight. And, of course, you can join the conversation at 609-403-0973. All right, back to the Eagles. When you're looking at the defense, I think the two questions you have to ask starts, number one, with safety, and number two, with the defensive line. I've been telling you guys for weeks, I am not comfortable with the state of the Eagles roster. And there's now suggestions that the Eagles could very well keep 5 safeties. Man, if they keep 5 safeties, that's going to be nuts. And I don't mean Michael Keaton saying, you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts. I'm talking about, like, I'm a little confused kind of nuts. Because if you keep 5 safeties, what you're basically doing is you're taking a roster spot away from somewhere else. You need guys to play special teams. You need guys who can be competent backups at every position on defense. And right now, I'm a little concerned that if you keep 5 safeties, you're cutting somewhere else. For example, the initial 53-man roster last year had 6 corners, but they cut it down to 5 before the start of the season. And cornerback, to me, is still a little bit of a question mark. Cornerback is a little like wide receiver for me. We know who the top 4 guys are. It's Slay, it's Bradbury, it's Maddox, and it's Job. Job has earned himself a roster spot. And Keely Ringo has to make the team in some capacity. So let's assume he's the 5th guy. Well, if you're going to keep 6 guys, who is the 6th guy? The concern is if you keep Eli Ricks, he's not a natural nickel corner. And we know Avonte Maddox seems to get injured every single year. You can't ask guys like Job and Ricks to kick inside to play slot corner in a pinch. I think Josiah Scott and Mario Goodrich are in strong consideration to make this team. And unless there's some phantom injury they can find for Keely Ringo to salvage a roster spot, I think that Ricks is probably is going to be the biggest question mark going into Tuesday, because Ricks performed well in 2 out of the 3 preseason games. The middle game, he was meh. The problem is that Mekhi Gardner has been the more impactful and standout player in the joint practice sessions. So what do the Eagles coaches value more? Is it the guy who's playing well in practice, or is it the guy with 2 flashy moments in the preseason games? Ringo looks like he is behind the curve. It looks like he needs more time to adjust to the NFL game. Eli Ricks looks like he has caught up to speed a lot faster. Now, we should preface this by saying that it doesn't mean Ringo's not going to work out. Josh Jobe was an undrafted free agent last year, hung around the team on the practice squad, around the organization last year, and has improved leaps and bounds this year. So Ringo could certainly take this year to learn, get better for next year, and be ready to go. But again, the problem is Ringo's going to be on the team in some capacity. So they're either going to put him on the main roster, or they're going to have to find a phantom injury to bench him for the entire year. To me, that's the only way Ricks makes the team. Because again, who's the backup slot corner? You're probably not keeping Tristan McCollum, because Tristan McCollum can play corner and safety, but keeping 5 safeties, he out. If you're keeping Blankenship and Brown and Edmonds and Wallace and Evans, I think Evans has earned himself potentially a starting spot on this team. There's a possibility it's Evans and Blankenship week 1. I think Edmonds has been very underwhelming, but I'm not sure they're going to cut him actually or not. And I think Wallace has shown that he's a valuable special teams guy. And with Sean Bradley out for the year, I think Wallace becomes more valuable. So then the question is, do you keep Edmonds or do you cut Edmonds? That's my question. To me, if you're keeping 5 safeties, then that means the cornerbacks have to have a slot backup. And that's where guys like Goodrich and Gardner and Josiah Scott come into the conversation for me. And how that impacts the defensive line, I think we know 4 guys, again, are going to make the team. It's Fletcher Cox, it's Jordan Davis, it's Jalen Carter, it's Milton Williams. Tuipulotu, I'm not sure if he makes the team. Moro Jomo, he's been flashy, but I don't know if he's going to make the team considering he's been injured. Do they keep a veteran like Contavious Street? Marvin Wilson has been around the organization what seems like forever at this point. So he might be a practice squad candidate again. And then it leaves the linebackers. And we know the linebackers, it's a dicey thing because, even though Reddick and Johnson and Smith are labeled as linebackers, they're more edge players. They're making the team. And if you're keeping a bunch of tackles and a bunch of edge rushers and a bunch of safeties and a bunch of corners, how many linebackers can you get away with making? I think last night, Maddox Williams earned himself a practice squad spot. I feel like you can guarantee him a practice squad spot. He played great last night, coming off the street with 48 hours notice, basically. Dean and Cunningham are your 2 starters. I think their backup is Ellis. And then after that, I have no idea what's going to happen. Morrow has been underwhelming. Van Sumeren, he's kind of like a boomer bust player at this point. Bell, I'm out on him. Tough decisions for the Eagles to make as we get closer to cut day Tuesday afternoon. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill. Happy Hour Friday on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. Keep the text coming in, 609-403-0973. Eagles roster decisions. Phillies back in action this weekend. High school football going on at Ocean City High School all weekend long. And, of course, college football is back tomorrow. You can hear the action between Notre Dame and Navy live from Dublin, Ireland, right here on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle.
A sports station that hits a home run every time.
The 1-1 hit in the air, left field. That one way back, on its way and out of here. Home run, left field, Trey Turner.
It's 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's home for the best Phillies sports talk.
Okay, class, our first lesson is math. 0 plus 0 plus 0 equals...
One heck of a great deal.
The math is simple at Matt Blatt Kia. Put 0 down, pay 0 interest, and make 0 payments for 90 days on every new Kia in stock. Or get up to $8,000 off MSRP on every 2023 EV6 GT in stock. Stuck in a loan or lease? Matt Blatt Kia can get you roll leased so you can drive your new Matt Blatt Kia with 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 90 days. And we finance your future, not your past. Even first-time buyers can drive with peace of mind with our exclusive 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, not all will qualify. Go to mattblackkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through Cap 1. Excludes EVs. 36 months at $27.77 per thousand. To Tier 1 customers. Expires 9/5/23. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. And now on Route 37 in Toms River.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or apply stopped, opt out. Go to nomoredraftywindows.com for full offer details.
Attention all homeowners. Do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Fog between the glass. Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And right now, you can save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. Just text PLACE to 200-300 for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for a year. That's right. You don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. But hurry, these big dollar savings end this month. Text PLACE to 200-300 right now. Text the word PLACE to 200-300. Don't wait. Text PLACE to 200-300.
Hey, baseball fans, the BetParks app has you covered. Bet more than the score. Bet player performances, home runs, hits, strikeouts. Bet game combos like winning team and over-under on total runs. BetParks futures bet on MVP, Rookie of the Year, and more. All new users bet $10 and get $125 in sportsbook bonus if your first bet wins. BetParks.com has terms and conditions. New users and winning bets only. Sports bonus bet must be wagered once. See website for details. Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Ohio. Gambler problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Crank the AC because it's not just hot, it's sizzling hot. All summer long at Parks Casino and Sportsbook. Pennsylvania's #1 casino brings you more ways to make this your hottest summer ever. The slots are hot. Table games are hot. The restaurants are hot. The biggest and best sportsbook on the East Coast is hot. The entertainment is even hotter. Don't miss a minute of the action. Visit ParksCasino.com. Street Road exit off 95 in the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Parks Casino. This is how you win. This is how you win. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, you know what I don't get? Why is that company always telling you to just do what? What is it? To just look like everybody else? Or maybe just pay way too much for your shoes? Well, at Skechers, we know what we want you to do. Just slip in. That's right. Just slip in to new hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Why? Because slip-ins are the easiest, most comfortable shoes ever. You don't have to bend down to put them on. You don't even have to touch them. Find slip-ins for the whole family at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
We are here with Dr. Scott Hernberg, Medical Director and founder of Tomorrow's Wellness Center in Northfield, one of our 97.3 ESPN industry aces. Dr. Hernberg, tell us about Tomorrow's Wellness Center.
We offer the most advanced technology and evidence-based practices in a holistic and integrative manner to provide optimal health and wellness. We strive passionately to make folks look and feel their best.
You treat ED. How common is ED?
Erectile dysfunction is a very common disorder, particularly as men begin to age. Typically, about 40% of men experience some form of erectile dysfunction.
And what does Tomorrow's Wellness Center do for ED?
We use a protocol called the Gaines wave therapy. What this therapy involves is low-intensity shock waves that are essentially sound waves. It's natural, essentially painless procedure used to improve the blood flow as well as to improve the sensitivity.
Dr. Scott Hernberg from Tomorrow's Wellness Center in Northfield. You can find out more at tomorrowswellnesscenter.com.
Score a touchdown when you bank with Jersey Shore Federal Credit Union. Catch lower rates on loans and higher rates on savings. You'll cheer when you don't have to pay a penny to get your own money since they offer 85,000 surcharge-free ATMs. Get the details or open an account online with just a $25 minimum deposit at jerseyshorefcu.org or swing to a branch in Northfield, Galloway, Hamilton, or Rio Grande. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a happy hour Friday on 97.3 ESPN. Mike McGarrett will join us coming up in about 10 minutes from now here on a Friday edition of the Sports Bash. We got one recommendation for what you guys are consuming this weekend. As always, a happy hour Friday. Mike Gill loves to ask you guys, what are you drinking? What are your suggestions? What are your thoughts this weekend? 609-403-0970. We will get to the Phillies a little bit later in the show. One person chimed in with this text, and I'm a little conflicted on this question. The person says, has anyone tried this beer? And it's by Knotted Root Brewing Company, which I have to be honest, I don't know that brewery. I know it's in Colorado. It's a Taylor Ham, Egg, and Cheese IPA New England Hazy. So I gotta tell you guys, anytime I see food as part of a beer, I immediately go to what that might taste like. I gotta tell you right now, I don't want to judge something without trying it, but I don't think I would like this. Because the description of it says, this beer is dedicated to the salty, savory, oozing display of New Jersey's best food distillery. It says, think of freshly squeezed American cheese, a poppy seed Kaiser roll, and a cured salt meat. I gotta tell you, if it tastes anything like a sandwich, I might not like the drink. I'm just being honest. Now, I will not judge something without trying it. I will try almost anything. I am well known for that. I'm the guy who will show up at the local breweries down here or the distilleries or the wineries, and I'll try stuff. You give me a flight, I'll try stuff. I'll let you know what I think. The description for this Taylor Ham, Egg, and Cheese Double New England Hazy IPA. I gotta admit, Texter, first gander, I'm out. I do not have good rides. Somebody texted in and says, it's pork roll, not Taylor ham. Look, the name of the beer calls it Taylor ham, all right? I'm not trying to get involved in the New Jersey Taylor Ham versus Corporal argument. I'm just reading the name of the beer. This anonymous texter at 609-403-0972 goes on to say that beer is absolutely disgusting. I'm with you. I'm not, to me, if you're going to have a brew that is not just straight up, there are a lot of people a lot of good breweries in South Jersey that make brews that are infused with other flavors in them. I know that Ludlam Island has a version of Baymuck right now. It's like oatmeal raisin. I tried that over the weekend. That was amazing. I know that Bear Brewing has a blueberry style beer down there in North Cape May. That's a great drink. Anytime Gusto has any of like the more citrus style beers, that's a must drink down at Gusto. Black Tie, they're always winning with the haywire and the sand spikes, all those type of citrus or fruit style beers. But the idea of Taylor ham, pork ham, and cheese for a beer, I am out of that. And Cheater in EHG says, good job in avoiding that argument. Go Birds. Let's get back to the Birds. I wasn't expecting to get that beer recommendation or that beer question today. I felt like that was something that totally caught me off guard because I saw it, I read it twice, I wasn't sure what I was reading, and then I clicked on the picture and it's a real beer. Yeah, go Birds, Shane. I'm out on that. See, I'll tell you guys, you can text us at 609-403-0973. My palate is way more diversified than Mike Gill. He'll even admit that Mike Gill is very specifically the hazy IPA brews kind of guy. I'm all over the place. To me, I look at whatever I drink, whether it is a beer or a wine or, I drink tea 1 to 2 times a day. I drink coffee every day. I'm all over the place on the liquid palate. So for me, I look at a lot of these items as, do I enjoy drinking this? Is this something that I would drink again? And that's why I say, when it comes to the brews, there's a lot of people down in South Jersey who have done a great job. We're getting, we are basically entering football weekend. High school football on the TV here in the studio. Hamilton is up big at halftime over St. John Vianney. Mainland won their first game of the day. College football is back tomorrow. The NFL starts in basically less than 2 weeks. And we're getting that season where people are beginning their Oktoberfest and their pumpkin spice beers. There's so many great things that people do with some of these different drinks down here. And I'm a fan. I'm a fan of that stuff. If you're telling me that you're infusing a ham egg cheese sandwich into a drink, I'm out. No way, Jose. And I'm glad there's some other people who agree with me on that point. So if anybody has a drink recommendation that is not ham, egg, and cheese sandwich related, let me know at 609-403-0973. Let me know what you're consuming, because this is one of the last weekends of summer, basically. It's one of the last weekends that people like me are not dedicating our weekend to just football all weekend. There are some college games I will be interested in watching this weekend, but, and I will be at Ocean City High School tomorrow with Billy Schweim in the locker room, broadcasting live on Saturday morning. But on Sunday, my Sunday is not all football. And then next weekend, you have college football on Saturday, one game on Sunday, one game on Monday. By the time we get to the Thursday after next, it's football all the time. So let me know what you guys are doing as we finish out the summer season. Coming up on the other side, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City will join us live from Ocean City High School, where the Battle at the Beach Classic is going on all weekend long. I'm Josh Hennig, filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
You haven't downloaded the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app? Well, go get it now to follow all the Philly sports teams at 97.3ESPN.com. Powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City.
Any trade, any trade, any trade. Bring any trade to Matt Blatt Nissan because AJ the Trade Man is in need of more trades. Used car values have been all over the map, but AJ has one mission: give you the best trade value and get you into a new Matt Blatt Nissan with 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days, and 0% financing on every new Matt Blatt Nissan.
Oh, yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Even if you owe thousands more than it's worth, AJ the Trade Man wants your trade. Plus, with your job clearing $350 per week, you're practically approved with 0 down and 0 interest on every new Nissan in stock. For 36 months, all backed by Matt Blatt's 4-day love it or leave it return policy. Only at MattBlattNissan.com. On approved Tier 1 credit through DMAC, negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle, plus tax tag and $589 doc fee. Offers can't be combined. Call 877-289-6670 or go to MattBlattNissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 9/7/2023. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
This Labor Day at the Home Depot, we're rolling out store-wide savings, like a new lower price of $99 on the Ryobi One Plus 18-volt 2-tool kit, because we see long weekends as an opportunity to power up your projects. With the One Plus battery system that works on over 280 products and counting. All driving you to do more this Labor Day at the Home Depot. Get the Ryobi One Plus 18-volt 2-tool kit for a new low price of $99. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
You want to grill out, but the price of meat has been skyrocketing at the supermarket. So how about 20 ribeyes for $39.99? Prime House Direct, America's #1 online butcher, is having a gigantic 4-day sale. Today through Saturday, 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. Rain or shine. Next to C&J Automotive. 425 South Whitehorse Pike, Hamilton.
Look for the big truck.
And the Big Tent. 20 ribeyes, $39.99. Cases of fillets, New York strips, Delmonico's, boneless chicken breast, and even large shrimp with wholesale boxes of individual prime portions, vacuum sealed for long freezer life. 20 ribeyes, $39.99. Accepting cash, credit, debit card, and EBT. 20 ribeyes, $39.99. Stop by and register to win our $1,000 Prime Steak chicken, pork, and seafood package. No purchase necessary. 20 ribeyes, $39.99. Next to C&J Automotive, 425 South Whitehorse Pike, Hamilton. Today through Saturday, 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. Rain or shine. Online at theprimehousedirect.com.
Ask Sherwin-Williams and get 35% off Emerald products and Super Deck stains August 25th through the 28th. That means 35% off our most popular color family, blue. Psychologists have found it to be soothing and relaxing, which makes it especially great for bedrooms and bathrooms. And of course, get 35% off all of our other colors. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Ocean Casino Resort is the ultimate fantasy draft party spot. Go for the bragging rights this fantasy football season and plan your draft party at Top Golf. Each party receives a dedicated VIP draft space or private bay at Top Golf for up to 4 hours, an ocean draft board, swag bag, championship trophy, and more. Your fantasy football season starts here at Ocean Casino Resort. For more details, visit theoceanac.com. Go to Ocean. Go for the win. Let's go! Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The extracurricular activities, the traffic, the nightly homework, the traffic, the finding time to eat dinner together as a family, the traffic. Back to school can be stressful. Thanks to Ziploc, meal prep doesn't have to be. New Ziploc bags with Stay Open design have a patented stand-up bottom that helps keep the bag upright and a top crease that folds and holds for easy filling, unlocking a second set of hands in the kitchen. If only it unlocked a second set of lanes. New Ziploc brand freezer and storage bags with Stay Open design from S.C. Johnson, a family company.
Now, back to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey sports leader.
All weekend long, it's the Battle at the Beach weekend at Ocean City High School, and that's where Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City is joining us live from Mike McGarry's segment. It's brought to you by Tomorrow's Wellness in Northfield, where their goal is to make you look and feel incredible. Visit them online at tomorrowswellness.com. As Mike McGarry joined us, as all guests do, on the Elite Acura hotline. Mike, I'm glad to see that the sun finally came out there at Ocean City. How you doing today?
Yeah, I've almost dried out from the torrential rainstorm thunderstorm that we had during the first game. Periods of real heavy rain, but right now the sun is out, blue skies, and I've almost dried out from the rain that came early this morning.
Well, speaking of early this morning, the first game of the high school football season, Mainland won big over Washington Township. And Mike, it was actually a close game in the first half, but talk to us about what happened in the second half.
Yeah, Mainland just kind of wore them down in the second half. Of course, Mainland begins the season with a lot of expectations. Defending Central Jersey Group 4 champion, lost the state semifinal last year to Millville. Mainland actually came out on the first play of the season. They committed a false start penalty. On the next play, Rocco DiBiase ran 84 yards for a touchdown. And then on Mainland's next offensive play, Cohen Cook ran for 11 yards for a touchdown. So on their first two official plays of the season, they scored. They were up 13-7 at halftime against a really determined Washington Township team, but Mainland just wears them down in the second half and wins 26-7.
So how good is Hamilton that they're up so big right now in the second half of the game that you're watching right now? Are they this good, or is St. John Vianney that bad?
Hamilton is a very, very good football team. We have them ranked in the top 5 in our press Elite 11. Kenny Smith is one of the dynamic running backs from South Jersey. He has 5 touchdowns. He's run for 4 touchdowns and caught a touchdown pass so far. Hamilton, of course, lost to Millville in last year's South Jersey Group 4 final. So Hamilton, a very talented football team. And what is really kind of a loaded Group 4 playoff field with Hamilton, Millville, Mainland, Winslow Township, and Shawnee. That enrollment group is not for the faint of heart.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Mike, obviously you're going to be there throughout the weekend. What are some of the games you're looking forward to the rest of the weekend?
Well, we got a big one coming up at 4 o'clock today. If you can get over here to Ocean City, jump in your car and come over here at 4 o'clock, because you got Millville and Toms River North. Millville, number 1 in our Elite 11. Toms River North, number 2. Millville, the defending state Group 4 champion. Toms River North, the defending state Group 5 champion. So that is a huge game. Ocean City and Pleasantville usually play on Thanksgiving. They move that game to the season's opening week. They'll play at 7 o'clock tonight. Tomorrow, you've got the big IMG Academy versus St. Joseph Prep of Philadelphia game, 7 o'clock. That's going to be shown on ESPN2. And on Sunday, you've got Holy Spirit and C. Probably no better way to start the season than at the Battle at the Beach.
Mike, how do you what is your perspective on the season starting so early? Because it feels so foreign, at least to me. I mean, I haven't been covering sports as long as you have, Mike, but I know at least for me, to me, high school football was an after Labor Day weekend deal, and now we're 2 weekends ahead.
Yeah, Josh, this morning on the drive down to Ocean City, in my head, I counted up the seasons for me. This is my 31st high school season, and you're exactly. Opening game was around September 15th or even September 22nd. Now these kids play 2 games before they even attend a class or before it's even Labor Day. It is what it is. I don't mind it. I like it. This time of year, aren't we all? Does start this Saturday. We're all kind of itching for football, so I don't have an issue with it.
Mike, when you have flipped the script here a little bit, I want to ask you about the Phillies as well, because you covered the Phillies a lot through the year for the Press of Atlantic City. Mike McGarry joining us on the Elite Acura Hotline here on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig, Philly for Mike Gill on a Friday edition of the show. Mike, look at the Phillies. What is your take on the Phillies at this point in the season? Because it feels like they have pretty much locked themselves into that wild card, one of the wild card spots at least. What do you want to see from them heading through the rest of the month into the next?
Card series at home, and right now they are 2 games up on a surging Chicago Cubs team. So the Cubs are coming after them. I think it's imperative for the Phillies to get that home series in the wild card round. I know they went on the road and one in St. Louis last year. I don't know if they can do that this year. I like them at home at Citizens Bank Park. I think it's a tough place to play. So for me, the Phillies have to get that number 4 seed and get home field for that first wild card series.
How concerned or not concerned are you about Ranger Suarez right now?
You know, I'm concerned about the entire Phillies starting rotation, right? I think it's a little, it's a little light right now. Suarez has been out with a hamstring injury. You know, Taijuan Walker has had the velocity issues. Michael Lorenzen has had 2 bad starts after the no-hitter. You know, Nola has been inconsistent all season long. So I have a question about the entire starting rotation, and I think it's something that the Phillies have to work out over the final 6 weeks of the season here.
If everyone is healthy and all things are equal, what is Mike McGarry's Phillies postseason starting rotation?
It is Zach Wheeler in game 1, Aaron Nola in game 2, and Ranger Suarez in game 3, and then probably Taijuan Walker in a game 4, or the 4th game of the playoffs, basically. I just don't think you can go away from Wheeler and Nola. I know I wrote a column this week. It's at preseason.com where, I advocated that the Phillies should re-sign Nola. I know he's been inconsistent. I know he's given up a career high in home runs, but his durability is a big asset, and his ability to strike people out in big games is another big asset. So I like Wheeler in game 1, Nola in game 2, Suarez in game 3, and then Walker pitching the 4th game of the playoffs, basically.
So really quick on the Nola point, do you think the Phillies can re-sign Nola at a number that's reasonable, or do you think this is going to be one of those contracts that's going to make you uncomfortable 3 years from now?
Well, I think it's going to make you uncomfortable because in my column, which people can check out at preseason.com, I said the Aaron Nola situation is similar to the Jason Worth situation of 2010. The Phillies let Worth walk because Washington signed him to a 6 or 7 year deal worth $127 million, and everybody said that's too much. Well, the Phillies lineup was never the same without Jason Worth. They were lost in the division round of the St. Louis Cardinals, 1-0 in Game 5, and didn't make the playoffs again until last season. And I fear if the Phillies don't re-sign Aaron Nola, the same thing could happen to the starting rotation. And this era where you have a team that is built to win could end quicker than we think it could.
So with that in mind, are you re-signing Nola then in the idea that you don't believe that all these young pitchers that Dombrowski and company keep lauding, that they're all going to come up here and have an impact? Is that your thinking, that you're saying I need Nola to, still be a linchpin for this rotation because I can't depend on these young guys?
Hey, Josh, every game I've ever been to, somebody pitches, right? And Nola pitches 200 innings a year. Without Aaron Nola, who pitches those innings for the Phillies next year? And I do know one thing. It's not going to be Griff McGarry. It's not going to be Mick Abel. And it's definitely not going to be Andrew Painter.
So then what is your thought then? What does that mean for Wheeler? Because he's going to be in the last year of his contract next year.
Well, that's a different story. Wheeler's 34, 35 years old. That when his contract ends, I think you've got to look at it then. Aaron Nola will be 30, 31 years old. We're signing him for a 5-year deal. He's 35, 36 when that contract ends. Wheeler is something you've got to look at. He's going to be 34, 35. I don't know. I don't know too many teams that will be giving Zach Wheeler a 5-year deal at the age of 35. So he's a different matter. I think you maybe look to bring him back for, 2 years with a player option, or an option that's triggered by incentives or benchmarks that he reaches. But there's quite a difference in age between Nola and Wheeler, and I think that makes them a completely different situation.
Mike, before I let you go, one more thing on the Phillies. You mentioned about signing guys in the offseason. What is your position on Rhys Hoskins right now? Because I feel like he's kind of the man that people aren't talking about, but there seems to be some whispers that he could maybe be back for the postseason.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be back for the postseason. I would not be opposed to bringing Hoskins back for 1 year, maybe 1 year with a player option, or a club option. I don't know what sort of free agent opportunities he'll have coming off the knee injury. But I also think that bringing Hoskins back for a year, provided Bryce Harper can go back to the outfield next year, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world that would happen to the Philadelphia Phillies.
Mike, any concerns about the bullpen?
Yeah, I want to see Alvarado come back. He came back, looked a little rusty in his first outing. Sir Anthony's been a bit spotty so far this season. But I think they've gotten the workload for Kimbrel and Soto under control. So, yeah, I do have some concerns with it. But overall, I think the pieces are there to have a successful bullpen.
He's Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Follow him on Twitter at AC Press McGarry. Check out all of his Phillies high school football coverage and more at pressofatlanticcity.com. He's over at Ocean City High School for the Battle at the Beach Football Classic all weekend. Mike, appreciate you jumping on today.
All right, Josh, anytime. We'll see you down the road. Thank you.
Mike McGarry's segment is brought to you by Tomorrow's Wellness in Northfield, where their goal is to make you look and feel incredible. Visit them online at tomorrowswellness.com. And don't forget, Mike McGarry, like all guests, appear on the Elite Acura hotline. Visit Elite Acura during the summer, a performance event located on Route 73 North in Maple Shade, online at eliteacura.com. Coming up on the other side, we'll get back to the text board, 609-403-0973. Derek, the Diamondbacks fan, he's back. He wants to argue with me about the Phillies, so we'll read what he has to say coming up on the other side from the text. Plus, Dan Alexander for the Cash Considerations podcast. We'll get his thoughts on the Phillies, the Eagles, and the college football weekend. Is he placing any futures, any wagers on the Phillies, Eagles, or college football this weekend? We'll ask him coming up. Plus, football at 4. Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast. Eagles got to get that 53-man roster down by Tuesday. More coming up next.
It's Notre Dame football on 97.3 ESPN.
Hi, Notre Dame fans. Football season is back. This is Tony Simeone. Join me, Paul Burmeister, and Super Bowl champion Ryan Harris this Saturday as the Notre Dame Fighting Irish open their season against the Navy Midshipmen, and you can tune in right here on your home for Notre Dame football.
It's Notre Dame football on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's football station. Coverage begins at 2 p.m.
Hi, I'm Larry Mintz. When dealing with a workers' compensation claim, in most cases, the injured worker doesn't get the money they're entitled to. That's why you need the right lawyer. When injured on the job, call us first. We'll speak with you for free and get you all the money and benefits you deserve.
Make the right call to Goldenberg Mackler. Call us at 609-344-7131. That's 609-344-7131. Or visit us online at gmslaw.com.
Dad, I don't feel good.
I'll grab the Vicks DayQuil Kids Honey.
Isn't DayQuil just for parents?
Actually, Vicks DayQuil Kids Honey is just for kids, specially designed to treat kids' most bothersome cold symptoms quickly with a honeylicious tasting flavor kids like.
You know what else kids like?
DayQuil Kids Honey first, then video games.
Deal.
Vicks DayQuil Kids Honey. The kids' honeylicious daytime coughing, congestion, stuffy head, stuffy nose medicine. Safe for ages 6+.
With GMF financing to qualified buyers excludes Corvette, excludes prior sales.
Labor Day deals are here. Yes. Right now at Bennett Chevrolet, we've got all our red hot Labor Day deals going on now. These are special holiday sale offers you won't find anywhere else. No way, no how. While other dealers are still selling at or above MSRP, Bennett's selling new Chevys at GM supplier employee prices. Forget about MSRP prices, because at Bennett, you'll get the same deal employees get. You'll save even more with available 1.9% financing. 1.9%! And right now, Bennett will pay you a minimum $10,000 for any trade towards any pre-owned in stock. Yep, you heard right. Bennett's giving a minimum $10,000 for any rusted out old rattle trap you can drive or even tow to Bennett Chevy. Imagine how much more you'll get for a good trade. And Bennett's famous non-commissioned sales team is paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend, so there's never any pressure. Find new roads at Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
This Labor Day at the Home Depot, we're rolling out store-wide savings, like a new lower price of $99 on the Ryobi One Plus 18-volt 2-tool kit, because we see long weekends as an opportunity to power up your projects. with the One Plus battery system that works on over 280 products and counting. All driving you to do more this Labor Day at the Home Depot. Get the Ryobi One Plus 18-volt 2-tool kit for a new low price of $99. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Summertime, baseball and golf season are in full swing, plus so much more. BetParx is an official betting operator of the PGA Tour. Plus, the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app follows you to the shore and the mountains. It's all right in the palm of your hand. Odds, bets, slots, and games. All new users bet $10 and get $125 in Sportsbook bonus if your first bet wins. BetParx.com has terms and conditions. New users and winning bets only. Sports bonus bet must be wagered once. See website for details. Must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Parks Casino. This is how you win. The fun never stops at Parks Casino. Enjoy the best local bands and live entertainment at 360 inside Parks Casino. Friday, August 25th, get up and dance with Coast to Coast. Saturday, August 26th, Smooth Edge Band takes the stage. Plus Joe Conklin's Comedy Night every other Thursday. Follow on social media or parkscasino.com for complete entertainment schedule, including national headliners coming to the Excite Center. Parks Casino. This is how you win. This is how you win. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Some people are easily moved.
Wasn't that just the saddest movie ever?
Whatever. Others, not so much.
Oh, look at the puppies!
Just dogs, but smaller, so what? But even those who aren't easily moved.
Look, your long-lost brother's been found.
Oh, hi, Mike. Can be moved by us. Yeah, we're that good.
Use Clark's Moving and Storage in Rio Grande for your next local or long-distance move. Visit Clark's Moving and Storage online at clarksmoving.net.
The voice of sports in South Jersey. The Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
You guys are the #1 sports station.
WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A town square media station. Serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt.
Josh Hennig hanging out with you on a happy hour Friday on 97.3 ESPN. Hope you guys are having a great day. The sun is finally broken out after that weird downpour earlier today. Hamilton is, last time I looked at the score over here, it's 34-0 they're up on St. John Vianney. So Hamilton looks like a cruise to a big win. Mainland Regional had a big win to start the day, 26-7, I believe, was the final score. Let me double check that. 26-7 was the final score for Mainland in their game. So good start to the year for the South Jersey schools so far at the Battle at the Beach. Classic, of course, Pleasantville versus Ocean City, part of the action today. And Billy Schwein in the locker room. We'll be broadcasting live tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. from Ocean City High School football field here on 97.3 ESPN. We'll get to more football coming up. Dane Alexander from the Cash Considerations podcast will join us with his thoughts on the Eagles and college football, plus football at 4 with Adam Kaplan. Eagles got to get the initial 53 by Tuesday. How could that be shaping up? Well, Adam will give us all of his latest insights coming up at 4 o'clock today. As always, you can join the conversation at 609-403-0973. We're just talking about the Phillies with Mike DeGarris. I will get to Derek, the Diamondback fan, coming up in just a moment. He texted in 609-403-0973. I mean, listen, I welcome Derek to the clan of people who text to listen to the show. I'm a little disappointed that, we haven't heard from him before this week, but apparently mid to late August was the time that Derek decided that he needed to go on this campaign for his Diamondbacks. We'll get to his text in just a minute. But back to what Mike McGarry was saying. I think it's a situation with the Phillies where to me, it's less about, who who they are as much as the rest of the league is. And this is what started this conversation recently, which is when you look around the National League and you just go on paper, the Phillies have one of the better rosters. Are they the Atlanta Braves? No, of course not. Are they the Dodgers? I think they're close to the Dodgers, but I don't think they are the Dodgers. And I think for the Phillies, you look at the fact that, we all can find stats that suit our arguments. But the Phillies' argument, whether I or you disagree with it, is they believe that they have the talent to beat anybody in a playoff series. Now, that proved true last year. And we can argue that the Phillies are a better team this year than last year. Look, last year they were 0-6 against the Cubs. They beat the Cubs 5-1 this year. They struggled against the Mets last year. Well, this year they're 2-4. So it's kind of like half a dozen, one hand or the other. They're 3-1 against the Padres this year. They're 4-3 against the Diamondbacks this year. They're 2-4 against the Dodgers. All right. Dodgers are one of the best teams in baseball, I would argue. The Atlanta Braves, they're 2-4 against them. You can argue the Braves are the best team in baseball. The Phillies beat the Tampa Bay Rays before all the fiasco they're dealing with. The Phillies just took 2 out of 3 against the Giants. The Phillies are one of the best teams in the National League. No matter how you want to slice it, no matter how you want to break it down. So then the question is, do we believe in the Phillies' mantra of we have the talent to win? That's the real differentiator that we're having a conversation about. Because on paper, the Phillies should be a National League contender. Bryce Harper is batting .333 this month. He's got a huge power pickup that he's gotten to just this month. Nick Castellanos has finally come around. He's hitting better this month than last month. Trey Turner has basically feels like completely turned his season around. And Alec Boehm, for most of the year, has been one of the league leaders in RBIs in the National League. So they have the hitting. So then what about the pitching? It depends on your perspective. I come from the perspective where I think Aaron Nola is having a down year. And him having a down year is, I think, a concern. Some people disagree with me. Some people tell me that that is not a concern and that I'm reading too much into it. Maybe I am. But I still think that the Phillies' 3 starting pitchers are good enough to compete with any team in the National League. Notice I said 3. Look, there are teams that might have a better one than the Phillies do. There are teams that might have a better 2 than the Phillies do. Look, the reason why the Braves are considered arguably the best team in baseball is mostly because of their offense. It's not as much their pitching, because their pitching is a little weird. Bryce Elder started the year incredibly hot, and he's kind of evened out at this point. Spencer Strider started the year not so good and has gotten much better as the year is going on. Look, outside of one bad start recently, Strider he's back to Strider again. But at the beginning of the year, he didn't look so good. He had some really rough outings. Now, was he just, going through a bit of a slump? Certainly possible. He still leads the National League in strikeouts. Bryce Elder, on the other hand, he had a great start to the year. He was an all-star this year, and he deserves a lot of credit for that. But in recent weeks, he's been kind of rocky. 2 good starts, 2 bad starts, 2 good starts, 1 rough start. So Elder is kind of coming back down to the pack. The real key for the Braves, at least for me, is Charlie Morton. Charlie Morton pitched amazing this week, okay? He had that start, I believe it was, last night or the day before? Yeah, it was Wednesday. I'm sorry, it was Wednesday. He was just lights out, just firing on all cylinders. Charlie Morton has really kind of found his groove recently, and I think that's the key for the Braves. If the Braves can get the Charlie Morton that we know to show up for the postseason. I don't need it to be 11 strikeouts and 7 innings like he was earlier this week, but I at least need him to be somewhere between that and the guy who gave up no earned runs, only had 4 strikeouts 2 starts ago. Okay. Now you could say, well, he had those 2 starts against the Mets. The Mets aren't very good. All right. Well, what do you want me to do? He's still got to pitch against who he has to pitch against. Now he gave up 3 homers against the Braves a few weeks ago. Sorry, against the Angels a few weeks ago. That's a problem. That's why I say Morton to me is the key. If you get the best version of Charlie Morton in the postseason, I think the Braves are going to be able to even out their rotation in a way that can supersede what the Phillies bring to the table. Because for me, Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. For me, I think that Aaron Nola is the biggest question for the Phillies heading into the postseason. He's having statistically the worst year of his career. He's giving up a ton of home runs. He has one of the worst strikeout to inning ratios of his career. And it's like going into the postseason. Like, remember about 20 years ago for you baseball heads out there, 20 years ago when the Yankees would go into the postseason, and it was like Andy Pettitte was getting like the end of that career for him. But you still looked at him and be like, well, Andy Pettitte has the stuff to win in the postseason, but I don't know if he's still that guy anymore. And it was like that second run he had with the Yankees when Pettitte was still a good pitcher, but no longer a great pitcher. And, they won the World Series in 2009. He's an all-star the next year, but then his arm just started falling apart. He couldn't stay healthy, right? And there was a part of you looked at Pettitte and you were like, he's not as good as he used to be. He's not as consistent as he used to be. But you're hoping when he gets in the postseason, despite having like a 1.4 whip, a 1.3 whip, you were hoping that he would kind of cut down the walks and get the innings for you in the postseason. And I feel like it's a similar vibe, not the same, but a similar vibe for Aaron Nola. You're hoping that the Aaron Nola who strikes guys out shows up in the playoffs. You're hoping for that. You might not get it, though. And that's the issue I have. That's why, for me, I keep pointing out if Ranger Suarez can get healthy. That's why I asked Mike McGarry the question. If Suarez can get healthy, I am comfortable with him more so as my 2 than Aaron Nola. Because the problem with Rangers' year this year has been absolutely and completely has to do with health. It is nothing else. Ranger Suarez, when he's healthy, when he's rolling like he was in his last 3 starts before he went on the IL, that's the Ranger that can help you win playoff games. The Ranger Suarez, the 2 starts before that in July, where he gave up 4 runs in each one, that's the Suarez that worries you. And then we get back to the whole, well, can the Phillies out-hit their pitching issues? And I think on paper they can, but in reality, will they? Well, they had a World Series record strikeouts last year, but the offense did carry them to the World Series. So I think that is some of the conundrums we're dealing with the Phillies here. 609-403-0973 is text board. All right, Derek, the Diamondbacks fan, is blowing me up. So I am going to try to get to some of his texts here. And sorry, Derek, but you texted in 2 million things, so I can't read every single thing you wrote. Okay? But Derek, I'm going to start off with this. He says, come on, Josh. This is exactly what I said to you. Those 3 pitchers, the Phillies, is all they have. Walker, no way. I think the Phillies offense is explosive, not their pitching. 4 or 5 pitchers, they don't have what it costs them. Oh, they don't have what it takes. It'll cost them in the playoffs. All right, a couple things. One, and Derek says the best team in baseball is the Orioles. Well, we can debate that in a second. There's a couple things here, Derek. First of all, I don't disagree about the pitching, the starting pitching. I think the bullpen had a bad day on Wednesday when they had the afternoon game. But I don't think that the bullpen as a whole is better than a lot of teams in baseball. I think that if you're getting what we know Kimbrel, Alvarado, and Strom and all those guys can give you, I think you have a good bullpen. We know that one of those starters is getting kicked to the bullpen. I'm assuming it's Michael Lorenzen. I think Lorenzen for maybe 3 innings a game, or even 1 inning a game, he's telling him to go out there and throw smoke. I think he's still a solid, good pitcher. And I think Christopher Sanchez is probably another lefty come out of the bullpen as well. But I think the problem, Derek, is that even though the Phillies are a deep team on paper, you still want to see it play out. I think that's one of the issues people have, because you mentioned the Orioles are the best team in baseball. The Orioles don't have playoff experience. They just don't. A team like the Brewers has no playoff success in recent years. A team like the Diamondbacks, Gallen's probably winning the Cy Young. Blake Snell's having a great year, but neither one of those teams has been able to get past a certain point. And I think that is where you have to lean on the Phillies and say they have experience, but they don't have the pedigree. A team like the Orioles can be the best team in baseball as of August 25th, but I'm not putting my eggs in that basket, Derek. I just can't. I cannot depend on an Orioles team. That's why I say the Braves won the World Series, what was it, 2-3 years ago? I think the majority of that team is built to win a championship much better than the Orioles are. That's why I go with them over the Orioles as the best team in baseball. And the reason why I still put the Dodgers ahead of the Phillies is because I think the Dodgers, you still have to lean again on their experience. I know that Clayton Kershaw has not been a great pitcher in recent years, but I still think the Dodgers, they had a really rough start to the year. They had a lot of guys who were injured. They're starting to come into form, and it's basically a 4-man race right now for MVP between Acuna, Olsen, Freeman, and Betts. Personally, I would give the award to Freddie Freeman. That's who my MVP is. Excuse me. I think people don't realize how good Freddie Freeman has been this year, how consistent he has been. And I think the Dodgers, if they can just get the rest of the lineup around Freeman and Betts to hit consistently, I think they're a very dangerous team. I think they're the second best team in the National League. If Kershaw can be healthy, if Urias can pitch at the level that we all expect that he can, and if Gonsolin's got to figure himself out. You can't go into the postseason hoping Bobby Miller is going to carry your pitching staff after your top 2 guys. I think that's the problem for a team like the Braves. The problem with a team like the Braves is that the Phillies are not depending on a 24-year-old who just came up going into the postseason. They're depending on veterans like Wheeler and Nola. They're depending on guys like Ranger Suarez, who has experience in the postseason. That's a big demerit for the Dodgers right now, at least in my eyes. Derek follows up and says, Suarez will be fine in the postseason, but I lost respect for him after he gave up a no-hitter because he had a tummy ache. Well, maybe the tummy ache was more of an excuse than anything else. I tend to think that sometimes teams make up injuries for guys because maybe they just had a bad day. I don't think it's always literally what teams report the injury problem is. Derek is on to say the only problem I have with the Dodgers is that they spent no money in the offseason to improve, plus they have injuries. Yeah, the injuries is a big problem for the Dodgers. And I think that's the big debate point back and forth when it comes to some of these teams. But Derek, appreciate you chiming in, appreciating the back and forth conversation. I think we agree on some things, we disagree on other things. So cheers to Derek, the Diamondbacks man. Josh Hennig hanging out with you, filling for Mike Gill. One more text to squeeze in for Happy Hour Friday. Texter chimes in at 609-403-0973, says, okay. Now, this might have been a voice to text, so I'm going to try to translate this, but he says there's a place called the Funky Buddha in Fort Lauderdale. It has people waiting around the block for that in February. It's a maple bacon porter beer. Now, first of all, it sounds way better than the Taylor ham and cheese beer that we got recommended earlier. Now, I'm not 100% sure how anything with that's meat flavored would taste in a beer. I feel like that just that concept sounds weird to me, but maple syrup with a porter sounds interesting because, like I said, I had that Bay Muck oatmeal raisin cinnamon beer this weekend at Ludlam Island last weekend, and that was great. So anytime you're putting in something that blends well with a brew that can kind of layer with the beer, that's a great option. But the bacon, I have to try it to get a good decision. Just because people wait around the block for something doesn't mean that I got to follow everybody else's lead. Just because everybody else likes something doesn't mean you should like it too. But listen, if there's a high amount of people who like something and they tell me to try it and you put it in front of me, I will give it a try. Coming up next, we'll get back into the football and baseball with Dan Alexander from the Cash Considerations podcast. I'm Josh Hennig, filling for Mike Gill. Happy Hour Friday on 97.3 ESPN FM and 97.3 ESPN mobile app, powered by First Bank of Sea Isle.
We have the perfect remedy for sitting in traffic. The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Hey, Josh Hennig here to tell you about how Jenkins Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning has helped your favorite football team. Did you know that over 40 years ago, John Jenkins Sr. invented the heated seat that football players sit on today? Yes, the Jenkins family created a way for football players to weather the extreme cold. Now imagine what Jenkins could do for your home. Call Jenkins for plumbing, drain cleaning, and leak repairs, gas furnace boiler, and hot water heater replacements. Call Jenkins today at 609-641-6262, online at jenkinsandsons.com.
I can't wait for what's next. Even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Apixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com. or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Score a touchdown when you bank with Jersey Shore Federal Credit Union. Catch lower rates on loans and higher rates on savings. You'll cheer when you don't have to pay a penny to get your own money, since they offer 85,000 surcharge-free ATMs. Get the details or open an account online with just a $25 minimum deposit at JerseyShoreFCU.org, or swing to a branch in Northfield, Galloway, Hamilton, or Rio Grande. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
Ask Sherwin-Williams and get 35% off Emerald products and Super Deck stains August 25th through the 28th. That means 35% off our most popular color family, blue. Psychologists have found it to be soothing and relaxing, which makes it especially great for bedrooms and bathrooms. And of course, get 35% off all of our other colors. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun. So you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Now try Babbel free. Just go to Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
With Labor Day savings at the Home Depot, we have laundry appliances that just fit. They'll fit your space, fit your needs, and with extra large capacity, Samsung laundry pairs can fit more loads in less time. Plus, with free delivery on orders of $396 and up, you won't have to worry about fitting your new laundry pair in the back of your car. Get up to $700 off select appliances like Samsung only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Pricing valid 8/24 through 9/13, U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Gary Owens. Like, I always took a lot of personal pride in keeping all my personal business off the internet. You know, and we all got those people, they want to put all their business out there every day on Facebook and Instagram. And they always start their posts out like this. Now, y'all know I don't like putting my personal business out there. I go, no, you put all your business out there. That's why I follow you.
Gary Owens.
I go to your page and feel better about my life.
Friday, November 17th, Harris Resort, Atlantic City. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Must be 21 or older to gamble. No one is stopped before you start. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Flounder season is gearing up, and the one stop for everything you at Utch's. Spinning in conventional rods and combos for the boat or the surf, with top name brands available like Penn, Tsunami, Ocean Max, Shimano, and more. Utch's Marina, your home away from home at the foot of the bridge in Cape May. Stop by any day or visit CapeMayHarbor.com.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
326 here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on Happy Hour Friday on 97.3 ESPN FM and 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. You know, it's the time of year that I'm starting to really start to engage in the football season. I know that the Phillies are still playing, but football is my time of year, as our next guest knows very well. Joining us right now on the Elite Acura Hotline. You can follow him on Twitter at Newbie Talks. Of course, he is from the Cash Considerations podcast, among about 20 other things that he's involved in. Dan Alexander is back on the show here on 97.3 ESPN. My friend, what is up with the piano over your shoulder? What are you doing?
Oh yeah, this is nice living room we got going, right? This is a beautiful like backdrop that I have here. So yeah, I feel very debonair in my digs. You know, I had to step up the game when I'm coming on here to join you, brother. So it's been a while. It's great to see you, man, and happy to be back here with you, man.
So let's get into some different things. First of all, I want to ask you about the Phillies because we just got into that before you came on. Where do you tier the Phillies right now? Because I keep saying they're the third best team in the National League. You know, that's where I kind of keep putting them. And my thing is, look, if the Braves are the best team in baseball, but you're the third best team in the National League, you know, things could be a lot worse. I'm not saying the Phillies are going to win the World Series necessarily. I'm not going out and placing a bet on the Phillies win the World Series, but I don't think it's crazy when Dave Dombrowski says that he likes his team in a playoff series.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for me on the Phillies, and I think this little stretch in these last 10 games where, you know, they've dropped 6 of them, and it's not for lack of hitting. You know what I mean? I feel like it's the same song and dance that we have to keep talking about with this team, and it's that they can just rip off runs like crazy. However, it's not with any real consistency. And to your point and Dombrowski's point, that's where you can catch some lightning in a bottle come playoff time, where you can maybe string some things together. But when you go cold, you're going cold. So where would I tier them? I think you have it nailed. Just say that they're around the third best in the National League. And if you're in the top 3 and you're heading into the playoffs, that's where you can beat anybody come playoff time. Now, that's the nice thing about 7-game series is they usually play themselves out, that the better team will win. But it's not like the Phils are markedly worse than the other teams who are sitting in front of them. And I think some of their games that they've had against those top teams, like Braves, like the Dodgers, like the Brewers too, have shown that they can at least hang and be in a conversation with them. It's just, where does the consistency come from? And that's been the issue with this Phillies team. And it just hasn't been there really all year. It's been tears and peaks and valleys. Sure, that's a little bit of baseball, but it feels like maybe because we're so close to it, that's just been the Phillies' MO this entire season.
Is there any concern from you that as we get the football season that if the Phillies stumble like they did last year? Like, remember last September, they stumbled down the stretch.
Yeah.
Okay. If they stumble again, do you think some people will start writing them off as, oh, here we go again?
Yeah, I think that's natural. I mean, dude, let's be real. We're Philadelphia sports fans. We're always waiting for the other shoe to drop. So I think now that the flashing light of football season and a team who's already projected to win around 11 games this season in the Philadelphia Eagles, once they start kicking off, I mean, you know how it goes, man. This is an Eagles town through and through. It's just how it's always been. It's how it'll always be. However, I think one thing that will keep people around is this tear that Bryce Harper is on. I mean, the guy who's the reigning MVP, he's 12 for 26 in the last 7, 5 homers, 9 RBIs. He's hit a home run in 3 straight games. So if you've been betting him on his anytime, home run throughout the game, just over a half home run, you've been going to the bank recently. So, I think as long as you have the star still showing out, people will be interested. I think shaking up the lineup got people back in. Having Kyle Schwarber in that leadoff spot has paid dividends for this team as he was last season. So I think because they're coming off of a year where they were in the World Series, I think they'll have enough intrigue that even if it's the same song and dance, oh, here they go again, still the second part of that breath could be, oh, here they go again. And oh, yeah, when they did this last time, they went to the World Series. So I don't think it's time to put up your pinstripes and just take out your Midnight or Kelly Green. But I definitely think once football season comes around, I mean, the more callers and texters than anything are going to be overreacting to a call in a third quarter that Nick Sirianni made that didn't even affect the outcome of the game more than they're going to about a 9th inning walk-off for the Phils. It's just the nature of what we do.
All right, so you mentioned the Birds. We got to get to them. Now the preseason is finally over.
Thank God.
What is the next step for someone like you, Dan? Like, are you jumping right into, the over-unders on the wins? Are you looking at the future numbers? Like, because you know how Bird fans are. Like, yeah, I wrote an article a few weeks ago about how, you might not want to bet the spread with Nick Sirianni because the history is that it's not very great when you're betting the spread. But you know how Eagle fans are. They love their team. They're going to bet their team. So, what are you looking at for the Eagles right now? Because like you said, the over-under, I believe, is still 11.5 at the books. So are you looking at win totals? You looking at futures? What does at Newbie Talks Dan Alexander line up when it comes to the Birds?
I mean, the answer is yes. All of it is what I am looking at because it's just the nature of what I do. I also write a weekly feature for betpennsylvania.com where I just break down what the Eagles' current playoff odds are, how what's happening in the league affects them. So that's something that I'll update on a weekly basis. So I'm looking at all of it. However, I do always mention to people, as far as it goes from a sports betting perspective, your work for the NFL started before the preseason started. Like the people who are doing this, who are making and originating lines and numbers, they've been diving in on NFL since essentially the season ended. Now, what I look at is I like getting a view of the teams before the season, what the marketplace expects. So the Philadelphia Eagles, you can look across whatever you want. Super Bowl champion, they're the second favorite for it, just behind the Kansas City Chiefs. To make the playoffs, you would have to lay insane money for the Eagles to make the playoffs. Conference winner, Eagles are favorites to win the NFC. The 49ers are behind them. Division winner, you have to lay money to back the Eagles to win the NFC East, despite the fact that nobody's won the NFC East in back-to-back years since the Eagles did it back in 04-05. So if you're trying to get in preseason with this Philadelphia Eagles team and make any money doing it, I would argue there is no value. Sorry, fans. Is it fun to say I have plus 650 on the Eagles to win the Super Bowl? Sure, but it's a bad bet to make. 6.5 to get your back. Like, let's say you put $10 on that. That's $65 if the Eagles win the Super Bowl. I'm not giving the books $10 of mine to hold on to for an entire season when I could be betting each and every week. You know what I mean? So I think, yes, it's fun talking about the future stuff, but as far as finding value on our birds, they're expected to be one of the best teams in the NFL. Now, if that remains to be seen if that happens from a betting perspective, I wouldn't be getting in on them as far as season-long future stuff goes.
Futures or not, talk to me about your expectations for Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, man, Jalen Hurts. What can be said? Isn't there this shift that's happening that I don't think NFL fans really want to happen? And that's
massive shift.
Jalen Hurts is becoming the face of the NFL. Like he's in all these different kinds of commercials. He's an extremely likable guy. If you just turn on NFL Network or any of these other programs, 9 times out of 10, somehow bringing Jalen Hurts and MVP talk is in the conversation for him. He's so easy to root for. He's so likable. He's only, as far as the betting perspective goes, he's top 4. Pat Mahomes is your favorite. Joe Burrow is second. Josh Allen is third. And then Jalen Hurts is 11-1 as MVP. That's not a horrible ticket. When I see starting to some zeros behind something like that. But for me, my expectations, I feel like I'm a little jaded, Josh, because in the back of my head will always be what happened with Carson Wentz. But the difference between Carson Wentz and Jalen Hurts,
so you got
Jalen Hurts.
You got a little past relationship trauma you're still working through.
I do. As I used to come on here all the time and talk about my love for Carson Wentz, man, do I look even dumber than some people like to call me after those hot takes that I dropped. But the thing is, the difference between Hurts and the difference between Wentz is Hurts is a worker. Like Hurts doesn't care whether people like him, whether they dislike him. All he wants to do is have the proof be in the pudding. The exact opposite could be said about Carson Wentz. Was he rested on his laurels? There's nothing that Jalen Hurts is going to rest on. I'm sure you saw the story about how the background of his phone was him with the confetti falling. Yep. With what we saw last year, man, I see no reason why we don't have another stellar MVP type year out of Jalen Hurts. It's not like they lost any weapons, and people can say, oh, well, you lose your offensive coordinator. The guy who they promote in Brian Johnson is the guy who you could give a lot of credit to Jalen Hurts' progression. He was the quarterback coach. It's not like they went out and they have a whole new philosophy coming in. The guy who brought Jalen Hurts along and had that second-year explosion, the likes of which we've never seen a second-year jump out of maybe I would say a progression like a Josh Allen. But I even think Jalen Hurts is more judicious and smarter of a player than Josh Allen. So I don't feel like you lost anything on the offensive side of the ball, even with some of the changes that they've had. You're telling me he's going to have a step back because they're missing Miles Sanders? I don't see that, Josh.
No, definitely not. Dan Alexander joining us at Newbie Talks on Twitter. Of course, you catch him on the Cash Considerations podcast. Check out all of his writing over at betpennsylvania.com. Joining us on the Elite Acura hotline. All right, Dan, give me a team that you think is underrated, and give me a team you think is overrated heading into the NFL season.
For me, man, the team that's overrated is real simple. And I know that a lot of people call me crazy for this. I don't get it with the Buffalo Bills. Like, how many times do we have to do this with the Buffalo Bills until we just call it how it is? You know what I mean? Like, I get it. They're going to be a solid team in the AFC. Don't get me wrong. But they are still sitting at the starting block while everybody in the AFC East during this offseason got markedly better. Whereas Buffalo, they're net nothing You know, they didn't get any worse. They didn't get any better. And I feel like this AFC is starting to pass them by a little bit. Everyone has gotten a little bit stronger. Still, they have to go against their big brother in Kansas City. So, you know, until they can beat them, I don't think they can beat them. And I think also you're starting to see a reality where Sean McDermott's message is starting to grow a little bit stale in that locker room. Does it play itself out? I don't think they're going to be a bottom feeder. I think they're going to be a solid team, but I'm not rushing to bet any overs for them. I'm not rushing to bet any futures for them. I think the Super Bowl window, here's a hot take for you, and people can light you up on the text line and be like, what is this guy talking about? The Super Bowl window for the Buffalo Bills, in my opinion, has slammed shut, and I think it plays itself out this year. So before I get to my overrated team, what do you think about, or my underrated team, what do you think about my hot take there on the Bills?
I think it's a reasonable hot take because I think that the Stephon Diggs trouble in paradise is a huge red flag for me. You know, anytime a receiver of that caliber is disgruntled, right? And Josh Allen, he took a step back last year without Brian Daboll in his ear. And no offense to Ken Dorsey, I know he went with a viral sensation online for his flipping out after the loss to the Dolphins early last year, but you know, maybe Josh Allen needs a Brian Daboll in his ear more than a Ken Dorsey in his ear, because Allen and those red zone turnovers bother me. And I just have to wonder, you know, is Josh Allen the guy that you want with the ball in his hand with 2 minutes left in the game? I can think of a lot of quarterbacks I might take over him at this point.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. And it's because of what a gunslinger he is. But I feel like we use that term, and it happened with Brett Favre too, where it was like gunslinger is like a proxy for recklessness.
Right.
And the difference is with Josh Allen, he's taken hits in week 1 and week 2 and week 3 that I think play themselves out down the stretch. So
hey, remember Andrew Luck.
Spot on. That's what I mean is, you know, the recklessness caught up with him. He was smart enough to say, hey, I see the writing on the wall here. And with Josh Allen, I think he's too headstrong for his own good. And I think it has a lot to do with why, you know, they maybe haven't taken that next step. So Bills, the overrated team for me. The underrated team that I'm surprised we haven't heard more buzz in the offseason about. And I think a lot of it just has to do with a lot of people don't like the head coach. I don't know how more people aren't bullish on the Los Angeles Chargers. I know that since, you know, we don't take a look as much at the AFC being Birds fans, and I feel like the stink of what happened to them in the playoffs where they get this huge lead on the Jacksonville Jaguars and then Dougie P does what Dougie P does best, and they come screaming back. I think that's looming too high in people's minds because if anything, that's a galvanizing playoff loss. You know, think back, and I'm not saying that Staley is anything like Andy Reid, but Andy Reid and the Kansas City Chiefs had some heartbreakers in the playoffs where they had insane leads. Referencing your man Andrew Luck there, they lost a huge lead to the Colts, and what have they done since then? They have just been one of the most dominant teams in the NFL. So when you're looking at last season and how it ended for the Chargers, if you're factoring in that as your outlook for them this season, I don't understand how they're behind the Detroit Lions as far as Super Bowl odds go. I don't get this Detroit Lions love. I get that everyone's excited about them, but there's so many teams that are narratively hyped, like the Jets, like the Lions, that I think you're getting a discount on some of these other teams who have already done it before. You only have to lay minus 125 for the LA Chargers to make the playoffs. I'm not big on laying juice, especially when you're talking about futures. But if you look at some other prices, Detroit Lions, yes, to make the playoffs, minus 165. The Jacksonville Jaguars, minus 195 to make the playoffs. And then a team that has Justin Herbert as their quarterback is only minus 125. I think the marketplace and the talking heads are really missing out on some money-making opportunities on the LA Chargers. And I'm going to be looking to back them, against the spread. I'm going to be looking to bet them on team total overs. I'm really bullish on this team because I think their offense is going to be stellar again with Austin Eckler.
So we are going to disagree on this.
I like this.
Because I think Brandon Staley is going to choke away the season again. He's going to get fired. And then Kellen Moore is going to be the head coach next year. I think that this Chargers franchise, as long as the Spanoses keep arguing with each other, the whole family, they're cursed. They are doomed. They are cursed. Ever since they fired Marty Schottenheimer after going 14-2, they have the black cloud over their heads. And while Justin Herbert's probably going to have 5,000 passing yards and 40 touchdowns this year, it's not going to matter because half the defense is going to get injured as they always do. Brandon Staley is going to choke away a couple of games, and he's going to get throttled in the face by somebody in the postseason.
Well, and I think there's a reality where we can both be a little bit happy here, because if you want to bet on the LA Chargers to lose in the wild card round, because I didn't hear in your statement there that you think they will miss the postseason, because I think they make the postseason. It sounds like you agree now that they choke, they likely do it in the opening round, and we can get plus 275 on them to lose in the wild card round.
Boom.
Then we're both happy. I'm looking at them, and I'm glad that you mentioned Kellen Moore, because if there is an in-season firing for Brandon Staley, I don't think that would be a horrible stale message to get out of there and have Kellen Moore just absolutely light it up. And you look at what the Cowboys did last year. The Cowboys couldn't get out of their own way. Dak couldn't stop turning the ball over, and they were still a strong outputting offense. And I feel like that's where the LA Chargers are going to make their difference. They're going to be able to boat race people. If they can get one or two defensive stops and they have a decent defensive secondary, that's where I think you're going to be able to see some value on betting them against the spread, especially in teasers. If you see them as like a 7.5 point favorite against a bad team, teasing them down to just a pick them to win a game, I think there's going to be a lot of money to be made in the teaser market on the LA Chargers. So let's do it. Plus 275 to lose in the wild card round. I like it, Josh. We'll circle back to that throughout this season for sure.
So I'm going to give you my underrated. I was hoping you didn't get the same team I have. Okay. My underrated team, and I'm going to live or die on this one. Tampa.
Ooh,
I think people forget.
Bay.
I think people forget how injured they were last year. That team had a million injuries. They were like the third string offensive lineman in front of Brady last year. And if they're healthier this year, and I don't need Baker Mayfield to be Tom Brady. I just need Baker Mayfield not to lose me games. I think he can do that. And that defense is stacked. People forget. So, and you can't tell me that New Orleans, who lost guys on our defense from last year, I don't believe in Desmond Ridder in Atlanta. And I think the Panthers are a year away, basically. So to me, I'm seeing Tampa right now at 6.5 wins. Just give me the over, man. I think Tampa could potentially win that division.
Yeah, and it's not like Baker isn't serviceable. Now, I will say, we that's a stellar breakdown right there, and I already feel like we spent too much time talking about the NFC South because, dear God, man, you want to talk about bad conferences in football. You have to debate whether it's going to be the Saints or the Bucks here, because I'm with you. I think you discount Falcons. I think they're still a year away. In the Panthers case, I think they're a year away from being 2 years away. I'm not high on Bryce Young even a little bit. Even before we saw how much he struggled in preseason action, I didn't get that signing at all. I'm hoping for the best for Frank Reich for what it's worth. I'm hoping Miles Sanders has a good year there. So I think there's maybe some fantasy opportunities. There's maybe some bets that you can get in as far as, team totals and things like that go. But yeah, I'm not bullish on anyone in this division. So if you're making me flip a coin between Derek Carr and Baker Mayfield, wow, I might have some agita even just talking about this. I think a case could be made either way there. So definitely at 6.5, that's a head scratching one. And it's going to come down to how do they do in the division. If that goes over or under that 6.5, you'll know early on in the year because they have some division games out of the gate.
I'm just saying plus 125 to go over, Why
don't have
not?
to tell me twice. When I hear plus, I'm already in, Josh. Let's ride.
Plus is my middle name, right? You know that.
Yeah, exactly.
Before I let you go, I got 2 really quick college football hits for tomorrow for you.
All right.
I am riding with the Notre Dame minus 20.5. I know it's a huge number, but notice the teams that have all off season to plan for Navy are usually teams that do best against Navy. And Navy with a new head coach, they're still trying to figure things out. Freeman, he's got another year under his belt. I like Navy in Dublin with the 20.5. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's kind of messed up that Notre Dame was like, Yeah, we're going to make Navy travel all the way to Dublin so that we destroy them. Because you could play this, at over in Franklin Mills, and the same result would happen. Like they're going to absolutely beat the brakes off this Navy team. I'm with you, and people are going to say, "Oh, the back door cover is going to be swinging." It's not. It really isn't. The more interesting thing to me is pay attention to the weather in this one. This one gets a little bit juicy, but what I like, a lot of people are making a case for the under. I like what you do is you're able to bet on quarters. And I would take in the first quarter, the game to go under 10 total points. Because here's the thing, if Navy does sustain a long drive, it probably isn't going to end up with points, and they're going to choose 7 minutes off of the clock. And let's think about it. It's the rain. It's the slop. It's week 0, which also I think is the dumbest thing ever. Just call it week 1 or week half at least. Week
Good
0.
marketing strategy.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, exactly. Now I'm excited to watch this game. I am so glad college football is back, but I think this game starts off low scoring. So I'm going under 10 in the first quarter would be the bet for me, but I'm definitely not talking you out of laying 20.5 with Notre Dame. And here's the thing too, is a lot of people, if they bet NFL and then look at college football spreads, they're like, oh my God, I got to take plus 30 points. Like, the reality is I even look at some games that are later tomorrow, like USC minus 31.5 against San Jose State. I'll tell you what, I'm not betting San Jose State in that game. If I'm doing anything, my guy Teddy Covers always likes to say, if I'm playing, I'm laying. There's a reason in college football why a lot of these teams are huge favorites. So I'm with you there. Give me the Fighting Irish. Let's lay the points in Dublin.
And really quick before I let you go, the other one I like tomorrow, give me Vanderbilt, the minus 18. First of all, it's Hawaii traveling to the mainland. It's always a negative against them. 2, Hawaii is down. Vanderbilt is up. Vanderbilt actually has talent right now. So, typically SEC team versus non-SEC team. First game of the year, I tend to go SEC, and I think this is going to be, it's actually going to be pretty ugly by the time the game ends.
Vanderbilt absolutely boat raced Hawaii in Hawaii last time. So I'm right there with you. And Josh, the sharp money would agree with you, even though there's only around 60% of the tickets that are on Vanderbilt, over 75% of the money is on them. So the guys who are betting the big duffel bags, like our man Dave Sherapan likes to say, they're the ones who are laying it with Vandy. So you're on sharp money side on both of those plays, brother.
There we go. I still got a little touch on the fastball still. First
and I know you're betting unders too. I know that's coming this season.
Yeah, just not this weekend. Maybe next weekend. When we get some of the bigger matchups.
I like that, man.
At Newbie Talks is where you give him a follow. The Cash Considerations podcast, where him and Dave Sherapan are on. Dave Sherapan will be on with Billy Schreiber in the locker room tomorrow, but I got Dan Alexander on with me today on the Elite Acura Hotline. Great stuff, my friend. We'll talk soon.
Appreciate you, Josh. I was like week 0 leading into week 1 with Sherapan. Best of luck, everybody.
Take care. Dan Alexander joining us on the Elite Acura Hotline. Make sure you visit Elite Acura during the Summer Performance event located on Route 73 North in Maple Shade, online at EliteAcura.com. We'll wrap up the 3 o'clock hour. Coming up next, and then football at 4. Adam Kaplan at the top of the next hour.
There's never an off season for the NFL. It's football at 4 every day at 4 p.m. on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Okay, class, our first lesson is math. 0 plus 0 plus 0 equals...
One heck of a great deal.
The math is simple at Matt Blatt Kia. Put 0 down, pay 0 interest, and make 0 payments for 90 days on every new Kia in stock. Or get up to $8,000 off MSRP on every 2023 EV6 GT in stock. Stuck in a loan or lease? Matt Blatt Kia can get you roll leased so you can drive your new Matt Blatt Kia with 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 90 days. And we finance your future, not your past. Even first-time buyers can drive with peace of mind with our exclusive 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, not all will qualify. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through Cap 1. Excludes EVs. 36 months at $27.77 per thousand. To Tier 1 customers. Expires 9/5/23. Matt Blatt Kia. 6211 Black Horse Pike. Egg Harbor Township. And now on Route 37 in Toms River.
Ask Sherwin-Williams and get 35% off Emerald products and Super Deck stains August 25th through the 28th. That means 35% off our most popular color family, blue. Psychologists have found it to be soothing and relaxing, which makes it especially great for bedrooms and bathrooms. And of course, get 35% off all of our other colors. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why, for a limited time, we're launching the Mobile Made Free event. With Comcast Business Internet, new and existing customers can get 1 year of unlimited mobile for free. Yep, you heard that right. An entire year, free. It's our best internet, powered by the next generation 10G network and with 99.9% reliability, plus 1 line of free mobile for a year. The Mobile Made Free event is happening now.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $600 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Call or go online to learn more. Offer ends 9/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Mobile offer requires 100 megabits per second internet and new unlimited intro mobile service.
Happy 62nd birthday, Granddad.
Thanks, sweetheart.
I got you this.
A mug. Oh, thank you. What does it say? Beware, if you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of hospitalization from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
WellCare of New Jersey is now Fidelis Care. We're the health plan you know with a new name and look. If you're a member, nothing is changing. You have the same benefits and services and can continue to see the doctors you trust in our New Jersey network. And if you need health insurance, count on us for quality, affordable coverage. WellCare of New Jersey is now Fidelis Care. Call 1-888-453-2534, TTY 711, or visit fideliscarenj.com.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. Time to bring you the Clark's Moving and Storage Phillies lineup. Visit Clark's Moving and Storage over on Railroad Avenue in Rio Grande before your next move. Kyle Schwarber back in the leadoff spot as the Phillies come back from a day off. Trey Turner in the 2-hole. Bryce Harper DHing, batting third. Nick Castellanos 4. Bryson Stott 5. Alec Boehm playing third base 6. Brandon Marsh in the 7th spot. Jake Cave playing first base at 8th, and Stubbs as the 9th hitter playing catcher. So no real Muto today, and you got 4 lefties in a row, and I hate this lineup. I don't hate Clark's Moving and Storage because they bring you the Phillies lineup each and every day. Railroad Avenue in Rio Grande, New Jersey. I'm Josh Hennig, hanging out with you at a happy hour Friday. Adam Kaplan, Football at 4, coming up next.
Hi, this is Billy Schwein from The Locker Room. Join me, former Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Dave Klemick, and Mike Carlin Saturday morning from 10 a.m. to noon as we broadcast live from the Ocean City High School football field for the Battle at the Beach High School.
Good Friday afternoon. I'm Josh Hennig with your South Jersey Sports Center. The Phillies are back in action tonight when Christian Sanchez takes the mound against the struggling St. Louis Cardinals. No GT Realmuto tonight as the starting lineup has Garrett Stubbs playing catcher, batting 9th. Starting lineup for the Phillies tonight is Kyle Schwarber, followed by Trey Turner, Bryce Harper at DH, Nick Castellanos, Bryson Stott, Alec Boehm, Brandon Marsh, Jake Cave, and the aforementioned Stubbs at catcher. Now that the Philadelphia Eagles preseason is finally over, we will look ahead to Tuesday when the initial 53-man roster will be announced. Keep it tuned to 97.3 ESPN and 97.3ESPN.com for all the latest on the Eagles roster. Get more Eagles, Phillies, Sixers, and Flyers when you download our app. Your forecast is next.
Get fresh air and activity during the day. And so important, turn off screens at least an hour before bed. That blue light can stimulate their brains and make it harder for them to fall asleep. By getting our kids' sleep schedule on track, we'll make the transition from summer days to school days much easier. I'm Robin Stoloff for Health Update.
Health Update with Robin Stoloff, the longest-running health series in New Jersey, keeping you healthy since 1986. Nutrition, fitness, wellness, and daily tips to help you learn more, live better. Did you know Atlantic County has been recycling for more than 35 years? Recycling is an easy and important activity you can do every day to help the environment. ACUA reminds you to recycle metal cans, glass jars, cardboard, paper, and plastics with the numbers 1, 2, and 5 inside the recycling symbol. To help keep this successful system going, never put plastic bags in your curbside recycling container, and please rinse off food residue. To learn more, visit acua.com or call 609-272-6950.
Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. They may add up to transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Labor Day savings start now at Lowe's. For a limited time, buy one, get one 50% off on select interior and exterior paints and exterior stains via Lowe's gift card rebate. And the savings don't stop there. Save on select 3-quart mums. Right now, just 2 for $12. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/30. Mums offer in-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last. More terms and exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details.
Any trade, any trade, any trade. Bring any trade to Matt Blatt Nissan because AJ the Trade Man is in need of more trades. Used car values have been all over the map, but AJ has one mission: give you the best trade value and get you into a new Matt Blatt Nissan with 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days, and 0% financing on every new Matt Blatt Nissan.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Even if you owe thousands more than it's worth, AJ the Trade Man wants your trade. Plus, with your job clearing $350 per week, you're practically approved with 0 down and 0 interest on every new Nissan in stock. For 36 months, all backed by Matt Blatt's 4-day love it or leave it return policy. Only at MattBlattNissan.com. On approved Tier 1 credit through DMAT, negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle, plus tax tag and $589 doc fee. Offers can't be combined. Call 877-289-6670 or go to MattBlattNissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 9/7/2023. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
A town square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is 97.3 ESPN, home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
He is hit. He stumbles. He's down.
WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City. 97.3 ESPN presents the Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with Adam Kaplan.
I have real confidence that our football operations can once again create a dominant football team.
Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Now, live from inside the Matt Blatt Kia Studios, it's Football at 4.
Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast and being brought to you by the Gallery Bar, booking games at Ocean Casino Resort. Go to the Gallery, go to Ocean, go for the win. For more info, visit oceanac.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Adam Kaplan is back here on a Friday as the Eagles preseason is finally over, and we can look ahead to the initial 53-man roster. Adam, welcome in. How you doing on this Friday?
I'm well, Josh. I hope you're doing well as well as your listeners. So, yeah, look, that's it, and it's kind of a cool thing. You get an advantage of having your game on Thursday. In fact, there's a game on Sunday. There are a bunch of games on Saturday. In fact, the heaviest day of the preseason this week is on Saturday. So the Eagles get a break. In fact, they probably will practice tomorrow, like other teams are playing, and that gives you some extra time because we know without the fourth preseason game, you've got what we call hump week. That's the in-between week. It's kind of like a bye week until week one. And you get an advantage because you have to get down to the 53-man deadline there by 4 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday. But the Eagles, because they were done Thursday, Josh, will get extra practices. So they probably work Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And like the Ravens are doing, their Ravens are practicing Tuesday at 1 p.m. Eastern. Well, they said they'll have their cuts done by 12 p.m. So those will be done 4 hours in advance. So that's the way these deadlines work.
So let's first get into the things people need to know. First of all, last night in the preseason game, Adam, it was fairly obvious the Eagles were not playing any starters at all.
Well, we knew this. We knew they were not going to play their starters with an asterisk. However, because the one safety spot next to Reed Blankenship is wide open, the Eagles did something very, very interesting. The coaches started Justin Evans and Terrell Edmunds. Edmunds has a slight advantage over Evans, and Terrell Edmunds is a guy that is okay. I mean, he comes over from the Steelers on a one-year deal with very little guaranteed money. And it's interesting, Evans would play later. Edmunds would leave the game early, and Evans would continue to play. It was just interesting over time, Josh, how they decided to do that between both players. So we'll get a better idea of what this will look like soon. In fact, they could actually take this up because next week is an open week, and they've got so much practice time left leading up to week one. They could just take another week to decide that one. And ideally, you don't want to keep doing that. But they did come out in nickel last night. Their two backup linebackers, Christian Ellis, Nick Morrow started. They went with, as I said, nickel, Haley Ringo and Scott and Garner. Garner and Ringo were your outside corner. Scott was the slot corner. And they went with a four-man line. What's funny is all four of those very well might not be on the team. Janoris Robinson, Olave Sagapolu, Marvin Wilson, who just got back last week, and Teron Jackson, who was cut last season. So that's the defense will get the offensive minute. And don't forget the Colts, Josh, played all of their healthy starters last night. And the Eagles, and they played them for about a half. The Eagles' offensive defense really held their own against them.
You mentioned the offense. Talk to us about Trey Sermon. We saw a lot of Trey Sermon last night. So what does that mean?
Well, it's basically an evaluation because it was fascinating. They kept out even Boston Scott, the four backs we expect them to make. We're expecting four backs to be on the roster and the fifth, Trey Sermon, to be waived. And that's how they did it last night. The other four backs did not play. Now, Kenny Brooks is the sixth. He obviously won't make it. He also had a fumble earlier this in the preseason. He also had a drop last night, a really good pass where he dropped it. And then they started on offense. It was interesting. They started, Deion Kane, Josh, he was out a couple weeks of training camp. He came in as the, I would say, slight leader for the number 5 job if they keep 5 receivers. Kane started last night, very active. He had 9 pass targets, which is a lot. Now, obviously, he played a lot, but he led them in pass targets and receptions. He had 6 catches for 62 yards and 9 targets. Freddie Swain, who just signed 3 days ago off the street, he returned punts, not very well, but he also was second in targets with 8. It was just interesting. And Trey Sermon, by the way, had 6 pass targets, not what you would expect from a guy who doesn't really catch passes. Very, very interesting.
You mentioned Deion Kane. I mean, this guy, first of all, we all had to get used to his number change. That was always fun.
Yeah, 39.
Yeah, exactly. But second of all, is he auditioning, do you think, for a practice squad spot?
Well, Deion Kane certainly should be on the practice squad if he clears waivers. Although I'm not sure if he's vested or not. It's possible he's vested, but nevertheless, it's either a contract would be terminated where he doesn't have to pass through waivers, or if he's not vested, he would have to go through waivers. But he's a guy that really was pressed. Really, he was actually really good last year. Didn't make it, was on their practice squad. And now this year, because, boy, they are really struggling to find that fifth receiver because Britton Covey, although I did see him work on the side this week in practice, he was not ready yet. That fifth receiver job, if they keep him, will be wide open. Swain, obviously, Deion Kane actually helped himself, at least get in the conversation again. Joseph Ngata, who's had a good training camp. No doubt he had a couple nice catches last night, including a 19-yarder. But he's a guy, we've saying him inside the berth for 2 weeks. I probably would not be claimed off waivers because he's not a special teams factor. if they do wind up waiving him. And then the other question, I doubt that Devin Allen makes it. But as we noted a couple weeks ago on Inside the Birds, not only has he been returning kickoffs, and he had a 73-yarder last night, he actually returned punts in practice for a little bit, we saw. And so did Olamide Zaccheaus. So, yeah, I would expect Allen, if he passes through waivers, to go to their practice squad for sure. So that's what they did last night, Josh. It went kind of like we thought. But then the question, the Tanner McKee, he will definitely be on my 53. Was he as clean as he was the game before? No, he didn't play as well. But he made some fine throws last night. He definitely did. And there were a couple drops in there and a couple missed timing throws. But overall, boy, what a performance he's had in the preseason. He went from having really no shot to, wow, if he doesn't make the team now, it would be a surprise.
NFL insider Adam Kaplan joining us for Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast and InsideTheBirds.com. You can follow Adam on Twitter at Kaplan NFL. Adam, you mentioned Tanner McKee. He has played well in these three preseason games. And, Nick Sirianni talked about basically saying this is kind of what we expected from him. But Adam, do you think the team is surprised at all what they've gotten from him?
Well, it's interesting, Josh. From a philosophical standpoint, he doesn't fit what Mariota and Hurts does because they're athletic running quarterbacks.
Right.
Dual threat. Hurts is more of a dual threat than Mariota's not been accurate. But I don't think anyone saw this from McKee because we didn't. Here's the thing: he barely practices. In Tuesday's practice, he didn't have one throw. He didn't take any reps. They had that developmental period after practices when the 3s and 4s get work. And that's what they've done a lot with their quarterbacks. I saw McKee practice earlier in training camp. He didn't impress me at all. But, man, now what we were told, though, from scouting sources is that he's not clean mechanically. And when you're not clean mechanically, though he's got a strong arm, that could take a little velocity off of it. His footwork, not great sometimes. He's a little mechanical with the way he throws the football. That does turn some people around the NFL off, but what else could you say, though? He did a really good job, and he went from having no chance to, again, it would be really surprising if he doesn't make it. Now, let's get to Mariota. He had a dangerous pass. It was completed, but that was not a good throw. That very well should have been picked off. We know he's totally unimpressive in the preseason. I thought he made some nice throws in Tuesday's practice. We know his legs are back. I remember talking to the Raiders, and they felt like physically he wasn't, when he was with them, his legs were not good, and now he's all the way back physically. But the accuracy, Josh, just is a problem because remember now, he's one injury from Jalen Hurts from starting or playing, and you want that guy to because they're a passing offense generally, that guy's got to be more accurate. So we're going to keep an eye on the situation. Now, his contract is fully guaranteed the $5 million in base salary. They have not indicated they would walk away from it, but man, he's got to be better, Josh. I'm going to be interested to see what they do here. Do they add a veteran quarterback? Do they or do they put here's one for you. Do they, because you can do it with one of your 16 practice squad players, would they be willing to sign a veteran who becomes available and put that guy in the practice squad and see what happens?
Adam, really quick, just so the audience has some clarity, explain how the new quarterback rule may impact this conversation.
Yeah, you also have the emergency third quarterback, as we used to call it now. So what happens is you could bring a guy up, you could dress 3 quarterbacks, and like the old rule, if I recall correctly, the old rule, Josh, if you play the third quarterback, the other 2 quarterbacks can't go in. But now because of the new rule, you could dress 3 quarterbacks, and that would not count against your 53-man roster. You could bring them up on game day. We'll clarify this rule. I don't have the language in front of me, but the old rule is interesting. The third quarterback would count against your roster, and if the third quarterback played, the other 2 could not come back in the game. That rule no longer exists. It was called the inactive third quarterback. But that player would count against the 53. Now with the new rule, that player does not. If you want to do it that way. And remember, we still have the practice squad elevations. And remember, the big thing is, and I shame on the league for not doing this. Why? It's sad that we had to have the pandemic to have this rule, but to go from 10 to 12 to now 16 practice squad players, it's great that we have that. And it's great that we have veterans. You know, they never let veterans on it. And now and it gives guys jobs who would otherwise be on the street. And look, you may see the Eagles may sign a couple of veterans soon who probably want to win a Super Bowl. And look, they right now, because certain positions are set, they wouldn't have room for them. But heck, they could go to the practice squad. And man, they could really use a veteran receiver as their fifth guy.
Adam, before I let you go, I wanted to circle back to the safety because I've been saying for weeks that this is one of my biggest questions with this team. You know, I know you can't take a lot from the games themselves, but was there anything that you took from the joint practices that would give us an idea of what you think the safety situation will be? Because remind people again, the initial 53 is coming up on Tuesday,
yes,
not the 53 they're starting the season with. So even what happens on Tuesday might not be the safety situation we have for the start of the season.
Yeah, waivers are at 12:01 Eastern on Wednesday, and that's also at the time when you could set practice squads. So right now, Josh, here's what we expect. Reed Blankenship starts. We know that. Next to him is either Edmonds or Evans. Evans came out, really got a lot of first-team reps the last 2 weeks. Sidney Brown obviously will be on the team. He's the fourth safety. Now, Kevon Wallace as a safety probably would not be on the roster, but he's a good special teams player. And remember, two of the best special teams coverage players, two of their Achilles, Sean Bradley, obviously was lost, and he was a special teams player only. And Zach McPherson was being cross-trained as an outside corner and obviously a slot corner. They're both done. So, Josh, that's a real problem now. And that's if Kevon Wallace makes it strictly for special teams, I don't see him playing. And Sidney Brown, look, he's come a long way in about the last 3 weeks. He's made an impact on specials as a gunner. Devin Allen also was on special teams. He got downfield very, very quickly. When you see some practice squad players, Josh, on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday when they complete their initial practice squad list, I would guarantee you some of those guys will be brought up to play on special teams on Sunday in 2 Sundays against the host Patriots.
He's Adam Kaplan. Follow him on Twitter at Kaplan NFL. Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. And of course, Adam and Jeff will drop the latest pod this upcoming Monday. Download, subscribe, give it the 5-star review. Adam, have a great weekend and keep up the great work.
You too, my friend. Thank you.
And Adam Kaplan appeared on the Elite Acura hotline. Visit Elite Acura during the Summer of Performance event located on Route 73 North in Maple Shade, online at EliteAcura.com. So let's follow up really quick for a moment on what Adam just said about the safeties, because 2 big takeaways he just gave there. Number one, he said Kevon Wallace is not going to make this team just because he plays special teams. So that's an opportunity for the Eagles to go into the year with only 4 safeties on the roster. Now, again, you can only call up a guy so many times for the practice squad to the main roster where you eventually have to put him on the main roster. But it looks like, according to Adam, the Eagles may start the year with just 4 safeties. That is a big deal because remember we were talking about earlier today on the Sports Bash, Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. I was asking, how can the Eagles rationalize keeping 5 safeties when you have other positions where you have to keep guys on? Remember, how many cornerbacks are you keeping? How many cornerbacks are you starting with? Last year, the Eagles' initial 53-man roster on last year's Tuesday in August, it was 6. But before the start of the season, a couple weeks later, it got cut down to 5 corners. Do the Eagles do the opposite this time round? Do they initially go with 4 safeties and then later on bring Wallace up to the roster once they get some other things situated out? Again, I'm not predicting this. I'm just saying I'm trying to play out the scenarios in my mind because Adam brought up a very interesting point. Again, the special teams, they need guys who are good special teamers. You heard him mention Devin Allen might not make a team, might be on the practice squad. Kevon Wallace, special teams guy, probably on the practice squad. Well, you can't call the entire practice squad up on game day. So what do the Eagles do? They're going to have to make a decision on if they want to proceed through this season under a scenario where you are going to have a bunch of guys who are contributors starting the year on the practice squad. Now, I'm not saying they should do that. I'm just saying it's a strong possibility. Because Adam said you can't just keep guys on the roster because they play special teams. They have to have some other value. The reason why Christian Ellis will make this team is because he has other value aside from just special teams. Christian Ellis has played himself into being a backup linebacker for this team. This definitely has to be part of the conversation. So a lot of interesting moves have to be made. And again, how does that impact? He mentioned Britton Covey. Britton Covey, before training camp, was penciled in on this roster. Now, is he a guarantee? We don't know. Adam mentioned also the point about a vested veteran. A vested veteran means a player who's played long enough in the league, they don't have to go through waivers. So do the Eagles go to vested veteran players and say, we're going to waive you and keep other players instead? This is going to be a huge conversation point because even when they announce the rosters, as Adam said, then the waiver and practice squads are the next day on Wednesday. So we could see a lot of shuffling between Monday morning and Thursday morning next week. Of course, we'll keep you updated on all of it right here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM and online on our 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle and 97.3 ESPN.com. Coming up next, we'll get back to the text board 609-403-0973. You also can DM the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. Plus, I'll get you some updates on the Battle at the Beach 2023. The first two games were won by Mainland and Hamilton. Hamilton won huge 36-0 over St. John Vianney. And then Mainland won this morning 26-7. And right now, Millville High is playing right now are the Thunderbolts. So we'll get you updates on all of what's going on out there. Plus, we will bring it back to Happy Hour Friday. What are you guys consuming this weekend? I'll give you some of my recommendations a little bit later in the show. Plus, we got Phillies Talk with Frank Close coming up, our Phillies insider for 97.3 ESPN.com. Frank will join us coming up at 5:25. All that and more still to come. I'm Josh Hennig, filling for Mike Gill on a Happy Hour Friday on 97.3 ESPN.
From the beach,
the beaches are open, and people are having a wonderful time,
to the ballpark.
Swing and a high fly ball, left field, that one's back, gone! Harper delivers.
We've got you covered. The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Sail into summer in New Jersey, where sea breezes drift along iconic sunny shores. Stroll boardwalks or soar high on the rides. Take time out to breathe in the great outdoors. Treat yourself, shop, dine, dive into history, the arts, and
Good Friday afternoon. I'm Josh Hennig with your South Jersey Sports Center. The Phillies are back in action tonight when Christian Sanchez takes the mound against the struggling St. Louis Cardinals. No GT Realmuto tonight as the starting lineup has Garrett Stubbs playing catcher, batting ninth. Starting lineup for the Phillies tonight is Kyle Schwarber, followed by Trey Turner, Bryce Harper at DH, Nick Castellanos, Bryson Stott, Alec Boehm, Brandon Marsh, Jake Cave, and the aforementioned Stubbs at catcher. Now that the Philadelphia Eagles preseason is finally over, we will look ahead to Tuesday when the initial 53-man roster will be announced. Keep it tuned to 97.3 ESPN and 97.3 ESPN.com for all the latest on the Eagles roster. Get more Eagles, Phillies, Sixers, and Flyers when you download our app. Your forecast is next.
Odds, bets, slots, and games. Download the BetParks Casino and Sportsbook app right now. Check out live in-game betting, same-game parlays, teasers, and more. Bet more than the score. Bet player performances. Bet hits, home runs, and strikeouts in baseball. All new users bet $10 and get $125 in Sportsbook bonus if your first bet wins. Get in on the action all summer long. BetParks has you covered. BetParks.com has terms and conditions. New users and winning bets only. Sports bonus bet must be wagered once. See website for details. Must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Powered by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Good Friday afternoon. I'm Josh Hennig with your South Jersey Sports Center. The Phillies are back in action tonight when Christian Sanchez takes the mound against the struggling St. Louis Cardinals. No GT Realmuto tonight as the starting lineup has Garrett Stubbs playing catcher, batting ninth. Starting lineup for the Phillies tonight is Kyle Schwarber, followed by Trey Turner, Bryce Harper at DH, Nick Castellanos, Bryson Stott, Alec Boehm, Brandon Marsh, Jake Cave, and the aforementioned Stubbs at catcher. Now that the Philadelphia Eagles preseason is finally over, we will look ahead to Tuesday when the initial 53-man roster will be announced. Keep it tuned to 97.3 ESPN, 97.3ESPN.com for all the latest on the Eagles roster. Get more Eagles, Phillies, Sixers, and Flyers when you download our app. Your forecast is next.
Go to Ocean Casino Resort this summer for our 5th birthday celebration. Go for the parties and the payouts. Go for the dining and the unwinding. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. Welcome to the weekend, the final weekend of August, in fact. And it's definitely looking sticky, but mainly dry. Any showers around will exit tonight, with fog possible by tomorrow morning. Low temperature 72. Warm and sticky tomorrow. Partly sunny skies, high of 85, with a slight chance of a shower. For Sunday, a mix of sun and clouds, and a high temperature around 80 degrees. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
Well Care of New Jersey is now Fidelis Care. We're the health plan you know with a new name and look. Call 1-888-453-2534, TTY 711, or visit fideliscarenj.com.
Now, back to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
428 here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig coming from Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. The export is open for you at 609-403-0973. Got a lot of topics on the plate we've been discussing throughout the show. Phillies are back in action after a day off yesterday against the Cardinals this weekend. Frank Close, our Phillies beat writer for 97.3 ESPN.com, is coming up at 5:25. Eagles' final preseason game was last night. We've been talking about throughout the show our thoughts on the 53-man roster may look like next week. Of course, again, the initial 53 is on Tuesday. Got to cut down to 53. Then the next day, they announce the practice squad and any waiver pickups they might make. Also, during the show, we'll be keeping you updated on the battle at the beach at Ocean City High School. Right now, it is still a 0-0 game between Millville High School and Toms River North. Earlier in the day, Mainland won the first game of the high school football season, 27. Hamilton beat John Vianney earlier today as well this afternoon. Later tonight, Ocean City versus Pleasantville. Part of all the action and Billy Schwein in the locker room. We'll be broadcasting live tomorrow at 10 a.m. from Ocean City High School Field here on 97.3 ESPN. Speaking of football, this weekend will be college football. Talking about some of that in the last hour with Dan Alexander from the Cash Considerations podcast at BetPennsylvania.com about that. You guys know how much I love college football. And, of course, it's a happy hour Friday. Of course, we've been talking about the different – somebody sent in the 2 o'clock hour. I got to find this. This was the most – it does not sound like a appealing brew. Here it is. It's Knotted Root Brewing Company. A Taylor ham, egg and cheese. It's a brew made in Colorado. And myself and a couple other people chimed in on 609-403. It does not sound appealing at all. I mean, it's bad enough that, is it pork roll? Is it Taylor ham? We got that argument going on in New Jersey. But now you make a brew that's made of a sandwich that doesn't sound like it belongs in a liquid form. Doesn't sound appealing at all. So hopefully we can get some better recommendations throughout the show at 609-403-0973 when you DM the show through 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. A little bit later in the show, I'll give you some of my recommendations around the area for the weekend for happy hour Friday. But I wanted to circle back to the college football because we didn't touch on it very much, as much time as I wanted with Dan Alexander in the last hour because we were running out of time. And that is, this weekend is the first college football games of the season. You hear Notre Dame versus Navy live from Dublin, Ireland tomorrow afternoon. Coverage begins at 2 p.m. right here on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. You can hear it online or on the radio. And, the college football slate is never like heavily stacked that first week of the year. It's typically one of those situations where you have a handful of games, then you have the larger slate the weekend after, and we're the same way, right? We are in a similar situation where we only have one game on the radio tomorrow, but we have, if I pull up the schedule here, we have a game on Thursday night next week, Florida, Utah. We have games on Saturday, games on Sunday, games on Monday. So, we are kind of following the trend, but college football and high school football kind of opening this weekend simultaneously definitely brings back a lot of nostalgia for me, at least. For someone like myself, a lot of you got to know me because of my, football picks here on the radio during the weekday shows. And then, my years, but even before coming here 97.3 ESPN, my years covering high school football. So there's a lot of football, in my professional background. I'm very passionate about it. And, back to the college football slate this weekend because, I don't bet, okay, high school games. I would never do that. I do draw a line somewhere, but this weekend with the college football, I think that there are a couple games that are very interesting, and this Notre Dame Navy game is one of them. And it's not because Navy themselves is interesting. Navy's going to have a down year overall this year. They got a brand new head coach this year, Brian Newberry. They're having a tough time with recruiting recently. They have not had a consistent recruiting crop at Navy, and Notre Dame is on the uptick. And we're going to be carrying a lot of Notre Dame games this year here on 97.3 ESPN. And one of the things about Notre Dame I'm watching out for, there's actually two things, but one of them is the quarterback. Sam Hartman had an incredible career at Wake Forest, but his last year at Wake Forest, it was underwhelming. It did not go as well for him. So now he's trying to go to Notre Dame. He's one of a couple quarterbacks who's doing this year. They're going to a new school through the transfer portal, trying to see if he can elevate his quarterback stock, improve his reputation around NFL circles, and become a high-level draft pick, right? He's trying to do something that we've seen other quarterbacks do, which is transfer to a new school and elevate their draft stock. We saw Russell Wilson do this over a decade ago when he left NC State and went to Wisconsin. We saw this from Joe Burrow a couple of years ago when he left Ohio State and went to LSU. Now, those are two examples of people who have benefited. It doesn't always work out that way, though. Not every transfer plays out that way. Look at Will Levis right now at the NFL level. Will Levis left Penn State, went to Kentucky, and he's had a rough go of it in the NFL preseason. So it'll be interesting to see, does Sam Hartman, is he able to translate this transfer into improving his draft stock. Will Levis was not a first-round pick. He was hoping to be, but he wasn't. The transfer didn't work out as well to give him a first-round selection. Still an NFL team, though, and he still has time to grow and develop and do a good quarterback. So I'm curious to see, does Notre Dame finally have a quarterback? And number two, Marcus Freeman, their head coach, is a defensive-minded head coach. Is he able to finally get that defense to play at a consistently high level? Because when you break it down, Notre Dame is not just better this year. Notre Dame has a chance to really make some noise because they all, if you break down the ESPN football power index, right? Notre Dame only has a handful of games that are going to be legitimate challenges for them. After the first couple weeks of the year, that NC State game on September 9th, that's going to be their first ACC football conference game, but really that's not a huge challenge for them. They have 3 games on their schedule that everyone is circling. September 23rd, Ohio State. October 14th, USC. November 4th, Clemson. Ohio State game in South Bend, home game for Notre Dame. The other 2 are road. The USC game at home in South Bend. Sorry, I forgot the name of the city after I just said it. Really, but Notre Dame, 2 home games against 2 of the biggest challenges on their schedule. Does that help them at all? We're going to find out. Ohio State, they have a new quarterback. Will they be able to give Notre Dame everything they got? Will they have it all figured out by September 23rd? USC, Caleb Williams, reigning Heisman Trophy winner. And then November 4th at Clemson. That Clemson-Notre Dame game has always been a tough matchup in recent years. Does Clemson take down Notre Dame, or does Notre Dame take down Clemson? Those are the 3 games that could matter. And for Notre Dame, tomorrow starts an interesting opportunity. Could they run a path for the college football championship playoffs? So we can find out. The other game I mentioned earlier I'm watching for, by the way, Notre Dame minus 20.5 is the number that I'm running with. The other game I'm looking at this weekend is Hawaii versus Vanderbilt. Now, some of you may say, Josh, Vanderbilt's not even a legitimate football program, right? Well, first of all, they're better than Hawaii. And that's why I'm taking the minus 18, minus 17.5 at certain books. But there's something else about Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt is going to be a lot better this year. And they are going to lean a lot on their younger athletes. And 2 of those younger athletes are actually from our area. Jake Ketzich and Patrick Smith. 2 guys from South Jersey who are playing for the Commodores this year. Now, Ketzich, for those who don't know, St. Augustine Prep, South Jersey guy, plays offensive line. He's expected to be a starter this year for Vanderbilt. And then Patrick Smith has a chance to be a contributor at running back, Holy Spirit graduate. He has a chance to get playing time because of they graduated a lot of running backs from last year's team. So there's a local tie for Vanderbilt, which gets back to the high school football. If anybody, when you watch the high school football in our area, you're curious to see what these guys do at the next level. And there's not one, but 2 guys on this Vanderbilt team who are expected to make an impact. So when Vanderbilt plays Hawaii tomorrow evening around 7:30, I will be curious to watch and see how that game plays out because, again, Vanderbilt has not one but 2 guys on the offensive side of the ball who are from South Jersey. So interesting to keep an eye on that. Those are the 2 games I'm watching for this weekend in college football. Again, wagering wise, I like the 17.5, 18 for Vanderbilt. Hawaii is not a good football team, and Vanderbilt is better this year than last year, and Vanderbilt crushed them last year. Like I said, the other one was Notre Dame, 20.5 against Navy. As I was telling Dan Alexander in the last hour from Cash Considerations, I was telling Dan, when you give a team all offseason to prepare for Navy and for any of these military academies that run the triple option offense, they are more likely to be able to handle them than if they have to face them on short notice, like, in next 6 days. You give a coach like Marcus Freeman, months to prepare for that. He's a defensive-minded head coach. I like Notre Dame in that situation. Of course, our football conversation here on 97.3 ESPN being brought to you by my friends over at Jenkins & Sons. One call does it all. No need to call the drain guy, the heater guy, or the plumbing guy. Just call Jenkins at 609-641-6440. From new heating and air installation, service and maintenance, ductless air conditioning systems, water heaters, boilers, and drain cleaning services, just give Jenkins a call at 609-641-6440 and online at jenkinsandsons.com.
There's only one place for live sports and sports talk in South Jersey. Oh, yeah! Your sports station is 97.3 ESPN.
Okay, class, our first lesson is math. 0 plus 0 plus 0 equals...
One heck of a great deal.
For math is simple at Matt Blatt Kia. Put 0 down, pay 0 interest, and make 0 payments for 90 days on every new Kia in stock. Or get up to $8,000 off MSRP on every 2023 EV6 GT in stock. Stuck in a loan or lease? Matt Blatt Kia can get you roll leased, so you can drive your new Matt Blatt Kia with 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 90 days. And we finance your future, not your past. Even first-time buyers can drive with peace of mind with our exclusive 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credits, not all will qualify. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through Cap 1. Excludes EVs. 36 months at $27.77 per thousand. To Tier 1 customers. Expires 9/5/23. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. And now on Route 37 in Toms River.
Macy's Ultimate Shopping Event is going on now. Take an extra 25% off top brands like DKNY, Calvin Klein, On 34th, INC, and more with your coupon or Macy's card. Plus, get your fall beauty essentials with 15% off skincare, fragrances, makeup, and more. And Macy's Star Rewards members earn rewards on every purchase except gift cards, services, and fees. Learn more at Macys.com/Star Rewards. Savings off regular sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Summertime, baseball and golf season are in full swing, plus so much more. BetParx is an official betting operator of the PGA Tour. Plus, the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app follows you to the shore and the mountains. It's all right in the palm of your hand. Odds, bets, slots, and games. All new users bet $10 and get $125 in Sportsbook bonus if your first bet wins. BetParx.com has terms and conditions. New users and winning bets only. Sports bonus bet must be wagered once. See website for details. Must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Parx Casino. This is how you win. The fun never stops at Parx Casino. Enjoy the best local bands and live entertainment at 360 inside Parx Casino. Friday, August 25th, get up and dance with Coast to Coast. Saturday, August 26th, Smooth Edge Band takes the stage. Plus Joe Conklin's Comedy Night every other Thursday. Follow on social media or parxcasino.com for complete entertainment schedule, including national headliners coming to the Excite Center. Parx Casino. This is how you win.
This is how you win.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ask Sherwin-Williams and get 35% off Emerald products and Super Deck stains August 25th through the 28th. That means 35% off our most popular color family, blue. Psychologists have found it to be soothing and relaxing, which makes it especially great for bedrooms and bathrooms. And of course, get 35% off all of our other colors. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why, for a limited time, we're launching the Mobile Made Free event. With Comcast Business Internet, new and existing customers can get 1 year of unlimited mobile for free. Yep, you heard that right. An entire year, free. It's our best internet, powered by the next generation 10G network and with 99.9% reliability, plus 1 line of free mobile for a year. The Mobile Made Free event is happening now.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $600 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Call or go online to learn more. Offer ends 9/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payment. New 50 megabits per second internet and security edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Mobile offer requires 100 megabits per second internet and new unlimited intro mobile service.
Did you know that over 90% of male enhancement pills are virtually the same thing that's repackaged, redone over and over again? Why settle for the same old product when you can get something completely different? Something that takes male enhancement into the 21st century. Something that really works. Men, you need to try Noxitril, the explosive, all-natural male enhancement formula that will unlock your performance in the bedroom to a level you could only dream of. Try to imagine Viagra on steroids. Noxitril is so powerful, that's why it took years for it to finally become available to the public without a prescription. So call now and take advantage of our special Noxitril free bottle offer today. Oh yeah, we recommend that you use the Noxitril dose as directed. Think of your partner. We certainly don't want you to overperform in the bedroom.
Call now and find out how to get a free bottle of Noxitril while supplies last. Call 1-800-605-1673. Free bottles for a limited time, so call now, 800-605-1673. That's 800-605-1673.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Booking Games in Ocean Casino Resort this football season. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screens. Go to the Gallery. Go to Ocean. Go for the win. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
47 here on Sports Bash. Josh Hennig for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Currently over at the Battle by the Beach, Ocean City High School. Toms River North leads 7-0 over Millville. Earlier in the day, Hamilton beat St. John Vianney 35-0 over at the Battle by the Beach Football Classic. And earlier this morning, Mainland won 26-7 over Washington Township. We'll keep you updated throughout the day here on 97.3 ESPN about what's going on over at the Battle by the Beach. Start of the high school football season here in South Jersey. Don't forget, still to come. We'll talk more Phillies coming up in the next hour. Frank Close, our Phillies insider from 97.3 ESPN.com. As the Phillies start a new weekend series with the Cardinals. No J.T. Realmuto starting today. Looks like just an extra day off for him as far as I'm seeing. The Phillies lineup brought to you by Clark's Moving and Storage. Clark's Moving and Storage located on Railroad Avenue in Rio Grande. Do your next move with Clark's Moving and Storage. The lineup tonight for the Phillies is Kyle Schwarber over in left field. Trey Turner playing short as usual. Bryce Harper at the DH. Nick Castellanos in the cleanup spot, hitting number 4 in the lineup in right field. Bryson Stott hitting 5th. Alex Bohm at third base hitting 6th. Brandon Marshall in left field hitting 7th. Jake Cave at first base 8th. And Garrett Stubbs 9th. And then the pitcher tonight is Christian Sanchez. And against Michael is the starter for the St. Louis Cardinals tonight at Citizens Bank Park. And I got to tell you guys, not a fan of this lineup. I hate when the Phillies do these 4 straight left-handers in a row lineup. I feel like this could be completely avoided. Rojas has been playing well recently. There's no reason why to take him out of line. He's like 22 years old. How much left do they really need? I understand playing Cave at first. We need to give Bryce Harper a day off. They just had a day off yesterday. How many more days off do these guys need? They just took a day off yesterday. I'm not a fan of this lineup. I don't care what Thompson's explanation is. I don't care what the reasoning is. It's a dumb reason. Whatever it is, it's a dumb reason. Okay? I don't care who's responsible. I mean, I know we talked about numerous times with Mike Gill on the Sports Bash about who's in charge of the lineup, who makes the lineup, all that stuff. But I got to tell you guys, I don't care. I don't care if it's Dombrowski, Sam Fold, Rob Thompson, the pitching coach. I don't care who is input on the lineup. There's never a good reason to have 4 straight lefties, number one. And number two, I don't understand why you just had a day off on Thursday. Nobody played, but you got to give both Realmuto and Rojas and don't let them play. Bryce Harper can't play first base the day after a scheduled day off for the entire team. I'm just not a fan. I feel like there might be some overthinking going on here for the Phillies. You know, I want them to pace themselves. I totally get that, but it's very obvious that Bryce Harper is more than capable of playing first base. If you want to DH him tomorrow and let him play first base tonight, or let him DH on Sunday after he played first base for 2 straight days. I just don't like it. I'm not a fan of this. And then the lefties in a row. I mean, Marsh, Cave, Stubbs, 7, 8, 9, and then Kyle Schwarber in the leadoff spot. I know for some of you guys, you just hate Schwarber in the leadoff spot. I totally get that. But I understand the Phillies say, look, he's only going to bat leadoff once the entire game. The rest of the game, it's about who's around him. I love Turner in the 2 spot. I like Harper in the 3. But you're telling me that it's okay to have 4 straight lefties in a row? I know the Cardinals are not a great baseball team, but any baseball team could really cause you problems with that lineup. Just not a fan. I don't like it one bit. And I just hope at some point, somewhere along the way, the Phillies find a lineup like they had recently, where I love Rojas in center for 2 reasons. One, because I think he helps your defense, and 2, I think he's a right-handed bat that actually has value. And him batting 9th. And by the way, why is Stubbs playing today? I mentioned that too. JT Realmuto had a day off yesterday. Why is Stubbs playing? Like, I don't get it. I just don't understand this lineup at all. This is like the worst lineup the Phillies could have. I get it. Bryce Harper's hitting better. You want to keep him in the lineup. And I agree. And I know he's a little banged up. I know he's 100%. But Jake Cave, first? Really? And no JT Realmuto in the lineup tonight? It just leaves me shaking my head. All right, still to come, we'll get more into the Eagles as well. One of the conversations with the Eagles we've been discussing as well is, where does Eli Ricks fall into this conversation? Because, you know, whether it's someone like the guys on the Inside the Birds podcast, Jeff Mosher and Adam Kaplan, whether it's someone like John McMullen from Birds 365, you know, we've had numerous people on the radio have talked about this. Eli Ricks has performed better in 2 preseason games than he has in the joint practices. And the question about Ricks is, where does he fall on this roster? Now, about 40 minutes ago, we talked with Adam Kaplan about this. And I bring this up for a reason. Adam Kaplan said that Kevon Wallace might not make this team, and he would probably end up on the practice squad. So do you keep only 4 safeties, put Wallace in a practice squad with the hope of not letting Ricks end up on waivers? Because not every team sees what you see at the joint practices. The joint practices, Ricks has not been as good as Mekhi Garner. But in the games, Ricks has been better than both Garner and Ringo. And you're not going to cut Ringo because you just drafted him. And as you've seen with Josh Jobe already, Jobe has made massive strides from last year to this year. And Ringo is in a similar position, a highly regarded guy from college who a lot of people like. But maybe he just needs another year to develop. How do the Eagles navigate this Rick situation? Because again, much better in the 2 preseason games than the practices. part of the conversation we're going to be having for the next few days here on 97.3 ESPN. I'm Josh Hennig, filling for Mike Gill on a Friday.
It's Notre Dame football on 97.3 ESPN.
Hi, Notre Dame fans. Football season is back. This is Tony Simeone. Join me, Paul Burmeister, and Super Bowl champion Ryan Harris this Saturday as the Notre Dame Fighting Irish open their season against the Navy Midshipmen, and you can tune in right here on your home for Notre Dame football.
It's Notre Dame football on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's football station. Coverage begins at 2 p.m.
When you want experience, go for the best. Pick up the phone and call Dennisville Fence.
Hey, South Jersey homeowners. Autumn is here and fall season means fence season. Are you dreaming of a new fence or railing, but you don't want to break the bank? Our pro tip of the day, install in the fall for big savings. As your exclusive Active Yards dealer, you can choose from our inventory of privacy, decorative, security, and pull fence solutions by Active Yards. No matter what your needs are, we have a high-quality, maintenance-free Active Yard solution that is right for you. Don't miss our Install in the Fall savings coupled with our no-money-down, interest-free financing so together we can make your dream a reality. So give us a call today or go online to DennisvilleFence.com to request a free estimate and be sure to mention that you want to install in the fall.
Go with experience, go for the best. Pick up the phone and call Dennisville Fence. 1-800-499-FENCE.
Visit DennisvilleFence.com.
To your left, our new exhibit, Monarchs of Springfield. And right here, we have our empty tour guide stand.
The last time Bryn hired someone is ancient history.
Sir, excuse me, that's not part of the exhibit.
They need tour guides who know the museum ropes.
Hey, kid, you like wearing khakis? I got a job for you.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, baseball fans, the BetParx app has you covered. Bet more than the score. Bet player performances, home runs, hits, strikeouts. Bet game combos like winning team and over-under on total runs. BetParx futures bet on MVP, Rookie of the Year, and more. All new users bet $10 and get $125 in sportsbook bonus if your first bet wins. BetParx.com has terms and conditions. New users and winning bets only. Sports bonus bet must be wagered once. See website for details. Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Ohio. Gambler problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Crank the AC because it's not just hot, it's sizzling hot. All summer long at Parx Casino and Sportsbook. Pennsylvania's #1 casino brings you more ways to make this your hottest summer ever. The slots are hot. Table games are hot. The restaurants are hot. The biggest and best sportsbook on the East Coast is hot. The entertainment is even hotter. Don't miss a minute of the action. Visit ParxCasino.com. Street Road exit off 95 in the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Parx Casino. This is how you win.
This is how you win.
21 gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
AutoZone is more than a parts store. It's where we help you solve problems like, sorry I'm late, my battery died. And
I need a jump again.
at America's #1 battery destination, you can find the right battery at the right price with options starting at only $89.99. And we offer free battery testing and charging whenever you need it. Get the parts and help you need to get the job done right at AutoZone.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why, for a limited time, we're launching the Mobile Made Free event. With Comcast Business Internet, new and existing customers can get 1 year of unlimited mobile for free. Yep, you heard that right. An entire year, free. It's our best internet, powered by the next generation 10G network and with 99.9% reliability, plus 1 line of free mobile for a year. The Mobile Made Free event is happening now.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $600 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Call or go online to learn more. Offer ends 9/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments. New 50 megabits per second internet and security edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Mobile offer requires 100 megabits per second internet and new unlimited intro mobile service.
We're rolling out store-wide savings this Labor Day at the Home Depot. Like up to $15 off Scott's Winter Guard Turf Builder. Because long weekends are all about getting outside, putting down roots for the fall, and feeding a lawn you can enjoy all year round. Shop Labor Day savings at the Home Depot and get up to $15 off Scott's Winter Guard Turf Builder. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
With GMF financing to qualified buyers excludes Corvette, excludes prior sales.
Labor Day deals are here. Yes. Right now at Bennett Chevrolet, we've got all our red hot Labor Day deals going on now. These are special holiday sale offers you won't find anywhere else. No way, no how. While other dealers are still selling at or above MSRP, Bennett's selling new Chevys at GM supplier employee prices. Forget about MSRP prices, because at Bennett, you'll get the same deal employees get. You'll save even more with available 1.9% financing. 1.9%. And right now, Bennett will pay you a minimum $10,000 for any trade towards any pre-owned in stock. Yep, you heard right. Bennett's giving a minimum $10,000 for any rusted out old rattle trap you can drive or even tow to Bennett Chevy. Imagine how much more you'll get for a good trade. And Bennett's famous non-commissioned sales team is paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend, so there's never any pressure. Find new roads at Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Labor Day savings start now at Lowe's. Get up to an additional $1,500 off select major kitchen appliances. And save $100 off select laundry pairs, priced $1,396 or more. Plus, pick up the latest DeWalt Power Stack 20-volt max 5 amp hour battery kit and get a select Bear tool free. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/30. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details. While supplies last.
When you hear this,
they've got him again,
and this,
he scored,
and this,
oh boy, what a move by Embiid!
You think of us. We are sports. 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a town square media station. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Black Kia Studios.
Welcome to the 5 o'clock hour, Happy Hour Friday. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN FM and a 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. Chime in, join the conversation. Eagles roster shaping up. Phillies back in action tonight. College football this weekend. High school football in action right now over at Ocean City High School. All that more. Plus Happy Hour Friday. What are you consuming this weekend? I'll give you some of my picks for what I recommend this hour a little bit later. But right now, we're going to get back to the football and the baseball conversation right now here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. Text board is open, 609-403-0973. I'll get to Derek in just a few minutes because him and I actually agree on something, which is always good. So I'll touch on what he had to say about the Phillies in just a moment. We'll be joined by Frank Close, our Phillies insider from 97.3 ESPN.com. Coming up in about 20 minutes from now. But back to the Eagles really quick, because I wanted to get back to something about what we were talking about with the roster. And then I want to hit a reset button for people who haven't been listening to the entire show. Can I give you an encapsulation? So I started the show back in the 2 o'clock hour talking about the roster and the decisions that have to be made. And after reading different people who cover the team and combining that information with what Adam Kaplan said earlier today on Football at 4, there were a couple of things that really has stood out to me. And that is, number one, it's very apparent to me that this safety situation has not necessarily been resolved. Okay? This situation with the safeties, as you saw last night's game with Terrell Edmonds getting extended playing time and Kevon Wallace as well, it's obvious to me that the Eagles don't have a clear-cut answer at safety aside from Reed Blankenship. And I'm sorry, Eagles, but that guy being your clear-cut guy at safety does not give me a slew of confidence. This is not like when you had Malcolm Jenkins or Brian Dawkins. The Eagles were very fortunate to have two elite safeties in their secondary for two big runs of time in their franchise. Dawkins, the Hall of Famer. Jenkins, their argument can be made for him to be a Hall of Famer, right? But at worst, he was an elite safety who helped you win a Super Bowl championship. You don't have that guy to lean on anymore. So Adam Kaplan brought this up in the last hour, and it's got my head kind of like churning right now. And that is the Eagles, he said, are not going to keep a guy on the roster just because he's a special teams contributor. So Kavon Wallace, he's probably going to have a big role in special teams this year because there is no Sean Bradley. Sean Bradley, torn Achilles, out for the year. So Wallace is probably going to be the guy who has to step up in that role a little bit. Well, if Wallace is going to be the guy who has to step up in that role, then what does that mean for this roster? Well, you can't keep Wallace just because he plays special teams. You have to keep Wallace because he's given you more than that. And right now, he's not. Is he better this year than in years past? Yes. But is he better than Terrell Edmonds, Justin Evans, Sidney Brown, and Reed Blankenship? No. And I think that's part of the problem right now. So for the Eagles, do you try to get Kavon Wallace onto the practice squad with the idea that if you keep only 4 safeties on the initial 53-man roster and you keep 6 cornerbacks, and then you only keep, let's say, 4 regular linebackers, you keep 3 edge rushing linebackers. So already we're at 17 players just by the guys I just said. I'm already at 17. And then let's assume your defensive linemen you're keeping are Josh Sweat, Brandon Graham, Fletcher Cox, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter. That's 5 guys who had to make the team. Milton Williams, that's 6. So now I'm at 23. So I only have 30 more roster spots for the offense, the kicker, the punter. So what do I do? And I think this is where the Eli Ricks conversation comes back full circle. Eagle fans see Eli Ricks play in the preseason and say, this guy has played well, he's good. But the Eagles coaching staff sees in practice that Ricks is not as good as some of the other guys. That's a problem. Last night in the game, you saw that the Eagles like Mekhi Garner. They are not interested in potentially losing both Ricks and Gardner because they have to keep Keely Ringo. Again, I'll explain this. You're not drafting a guy like Ringo to cut him. Ringo is in a similar situation as Josh Jobe was last year, and the fact that this organization feels very strongly about him. They like him a lot. And they are not going to put themselves in a situation where they are going to potentially lose multiple players who they think might be part of the future of this organization. Ringo, like Jobe last year, had a bit of a transition that had to be made. They weren't 100% good to go between last year and this year. So when you think about what Jobe was last year, he had a lot of promise, but he wasn't ready fully for the NFL. So the Eagles have 2 options with Ringo. Number 1, they keep him on the roster and hope they don't have to play him a lot this year. Or 2, they come up with a phantom injury and basically, quote unquote, redshirt him and basically put him on the injured reserve for the entire year so they don't lose him and they keep him on the team. If they keep him on the roster, that's one less roster spot for Ricks, Gardner, and Mario Goodrich. Now, again, this is all with the premise that you're not keeping 5 safeties, that you're keeping 4, like Adam Kaplan said, and that you'll get Kavon Wallace onto the practice squad in order to keep some other players. Right now, your cornerbacks, and again, it's just a math. It's a numbers game, as Jeff Mosher has said multiple times on Football at 4 here on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a happy hour Friday. When you look at the numbers say that Slay, Bradbury, Maddox, and Job make this team. And if we're assuming they're going to keep more than 6 corners, and one of them has to be Keely Ringo, this is where the Eli Ricks conversation gets dicey. Because Eli Ricks plays outside corner, not nickel. The issue that I'm expressly pointing to is you have a problem if something happens to Avonte Maddox. If Avonte Maddox goes down, who's playing slot corner? Because you have a player in Ricks who is exclusively an outside corner. Keely Ringo, an outside corner. Josh Jobe, outside corner. None of these guys play the slot. So what happens if Maddox goes down? Who do you trust playing out there? I certainly don't trust the guys who don't have the experience. And this is why Ricks might not make this team. Or they might have to get creative. Again, if Ringo goes on the injured list with some weird injury that we didn't know about, and he's out for the year, then yes, you can keep Ricks and Gardner or Ricks and Goodrich. But there's no way this organization is going to go into the season without a backup for a guy like Avonte Maddox, who has been injured almost every single year he's been in Philadelphia. Josh Hennig here, filling in for Mike Gill here on Happy Hour Friday on 97.3 ESPN. Back to the conversation about the Phillies lineup. We'll dig deeper into it with Frank Close coming up in about 12 minutes from now. But a couple texts coming in about the lineup, and they agree with me at 609-403-0973. Jim in Cape Courthouse says this is an odd Phillies lineup. He says Turner, Bohm, Harper, Castellanos, Stott, Realmuto, Marsh, Schwarber, Rojas. It essentially gives you your 2 top of the lineup and switching righty lefty throughout the lineup. So that's Jim's lineup. Okay. Wait, couple things. Jim, thanks for the text. Voice to talk sometimes is not your friend. I'm just letting you know. All right. So first of all, I don't like the lineup because in your desire to avoid having too many lefty righties, you've created a back-to-back right-handed lineup of 3 straight guys. I don't think the Phillies would ever go with this lineup because I think that they really want Trey Turner in that 2 spot paired with, put in between Schwarber and Harper. And if you put Schwarber at the top of the lineup, he is behind Rojas. So if Rojas gets on base, or Marsh gets on base, or Stott gets on base, wherever they're in the lineup, Schwarber can bat them in. I think the other problem with your lineup is what you're doing is you're burying 2 of the team's better hitters down the lineup. For example, Stott's a good hitter this year, but I don't know if I want him backing up Castellanos consistently. You have Marsh and Schwarber back-to-back at the bottom of the lineup. Not a fan of that. So if you're worried about alternating, then I don't like that lineup. No. Derek chimes in about the Phillies lineup I complained about earlier and says, I agree with what you're saying about the 4 lefties in a row. Why would you play with the lineup now? You need to get it right for the playoffs. Definitely one of the worst decisions I've seen the Phillies make. Why? With 4 question marks. This coaching decision is terrible. This guy had a no-hitter going into the 6th inning against the Pirates. Sanchez had a no-no going into the 6th. Ranger had a no-no going into the 6th with a tummy ache. Another horrible coaching decision by this organization. It cost them that game. What happens if they take advantage and throw a left-hander into this game tonight? That's from Derek. Yeah, Derek, you're right about that. I don't understand these multiple lefty lineup. I hate it just like you do. I think it's dumb. I think it's stupid. It's absolutely ridiculous. And we'll ask Frank Close about this. It's almost like the organization is just kind of mailing it in for tonight's game. It's like they're saying, Realmuto have a day off. Rojas have a day off. We'll get Stubbs out there. Who cares? Everyone had a day off yesterday. Why does anyone need an extra day off? It doesn't make sense to me. Phil chimes in on the text board at 609-403-0973. Says, Josh, I read that Andrew DeCecco thinks that Goodrich will be Maddox's backup. So is Josiah Scott out. That's from Phil. Well, Phil, if Andrew DeCecco thinks Goodrich is Maddox's backup, that means 2 things. One, Josiah Scott is out, number 1, because Josiah Scott's primary value is being Maddox's backup and being a guy who can play safety in a pinch. Number 2, if Goodrich does make the team and he is Maddox's backup, that's not good news for Ricks. Again, unless Ringo gets put on the injured list with one of those injuries that nobody knew about, and he's out for the entire year. Ricks is in trouble because, again, he's not a slot corner. And if Andrew DeCecco is saying that Mario Goodrich is the backup for Maddox, as Phil is pointing out on the text board, then Josiah Scott is done and Eli Ricks is in jeopardy. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. You can't have a team with all guys who only play one position. And then when a guy, let me double check. I feel like Avante Maddox has been injured every single year of his career. I may be exaggerating that. So let me double check. But I feel like this guy is always injured. Let's see here. No, I'm okay. One season, he appeared in every game. That was 2021. He was injured 3 games in 2018, his rookie year. 2019, he was injured 4 games. 2020, he was injured for 5 games. Now, he appeared on the team in all 16 games in 2021, but he only started 5 of those games in the slot. And then last year, he appeared in 9 games. So that means he missed, 8 games last year? So you're talking about a guy who has 36 starts and 60 appearances who has been injured every single year. I can't depend on this guy to go out there and not have a backup. And if Goodrich is the backup, someone's not making this roster. And my gut instinct is to say Ricks. Or Mekhi Garner. One of the two. Again, I'm not down on Ricks. I'm not anti-Ricks. I just think that the way this organization sets things up, I'm trying to figure out ahead of time what they're going to do. So I'm not blindsided when I'm on the radio Tuesday talking about it here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, we'll get more of your texts on the other side. 609-403-0973. Happy Hour Friday. I see a recommendation for Slack Tide's Angry Osprey. Great choice. by that texter. They didn't leave their name, but it's still a great choice by that texter. Coming up on the other side, a man who also appreciates craft brews is Frank Close, our Phillies insider for 97.3 ESPN. He'll join me next. We'll talk more about the Phillies lineup, the starting rotation, and more here on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle.
A sports station that hits a home run every time.
Swing and a high fly ball. Left field. That one on its way, and that one is gone. Inside the left field foul pole. A no-doubter from Trey Turner.
It's 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's home for the best Phillies sports talk.
Save thousands at Matt Blatt Kia. Get out of your old trade today, even if you owe thousands more than it's worth. Go to mattblattkianj.com for more details. That's mattblattkianj.com.
It's gotta be a
Matt Blatt Kia.
Your palace awaits. Caesars Palace Online Casino is now live. Download today and register using code RADIOLAUNCH. New users get a $10 sign-up bonus, a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, and 2,500 reward credits after wagering $25. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, or West Virginia. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at CaesarsPalaceOnline.com/promos. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. In West Virginia, all games regulated by the West Virginia Lottery. Please play responsibly.
Labor Day savings start now at Lowe's. For a limited time, buy one, get one 50% off on select interior and exterior paints and exterior stains via Lowe's gift card rebate. And the savings don't stop there. Save on select 3-quart mums. Right now, just 2 for $12. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/30. Mums offer in-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last. More terms and exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details.
You want to grill out, but the price of meat has been skyrocketing at the supermarket. So how about 20 ribeyes for $39.99? Prime House Direct, America's #1 online butcher, is having a gigantic 4-day sale. Today through Saturday, 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. Rain or shine. Next to C&J Automotive. 425 South Whitehorse Pike, Hamilton.
Look for the big truck.
And the Big Tent. 20 ribeyes, $39.99. Cases of fillets, New York strips, Delmonico's, boneless chicken breast, and even large shrimp with wholesale boxes of individual prime portions, vacuum sealed for long freezer life. 20 ribeyes, $39.99. Accepting cash, credit, debit card, and EBT. 20 ribeyes, $39.99. Stop by and register to win our $1,000 prime steak, chicken, pork, and seafood package. No purchase necessary. 20 ribeyes, $39.99. Next to C&J Automotive. 425 South Whitehorse Pike, Hamilton. Today through Saturday, 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. Rain or shine. Online at theprimehousedirect.com.
Macy's Ultimate Shopping Event is going on now. Take an extra 25% off top brands like DKNY, Calvin Klein, On 34th, INC, and more with your coupon or Macy's card. Plus, get your fall beauty essentials with 15% off skincare, fragrances, makeup, and more. And Macy's Star Rewards members earn rewards on every purchase except gift cards, services, and fees. Learn more at Macys.com/Star Rewards. Savings off regular sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Summer's coming to a close, but the savings are just heating up at Elite Acura. Shop and save with unbelievable offers on our extensive selection of your favorite new Acuras, like a new 2023 Acura TLX base. Lease for just $365 a month for 48 months. That's right, just $365 a month. Or a new 2023 Acura MDX super handling all-wheel drive. Lease for $599 a month for 36 months. Plus, purchase online and take delivery directly to your driveway with Acceleride, where your new Acura is just clicks away. And if you're looking to trade, Elite Acura has you covered. We'll pay nothing short of top dollar for your trade-in. And we buy all makes and models. Getting behind the wheel of your next Acura has never been easier. Save big on your new Acura TLX or MDX today during the Summer of Performance event. Visit Elite Acura on Route 73 North in Maple Shade, or shop our entire inventory online anytime at EliteAcura.com. Call 567-908-0528 for offer details.
Powered by the all-new BetParks New Jersey Casino and Sportsbook app. BetParks.com.
Good Friday afternoon. I'm Josh Hennig with your South Jersey Sports Center. The Phillies are back in action tonight when Christian Sanchez takes the mound against the struggling St. Louis Cardinals. No JT Realmuto tonight as the starting lineup has Garrett Stubbs playing catcher, batting ninth. Starting lineup for the Phillies tonight is Kyle Schwarber, followed by Trey Turner, Bryce Harper at DH, Nick Castellanos, Bryson Stott, Alec Boehm, Brandon Marsh, Jake Cave, and the aforementioned Stubbs at catcher. Now that the Philadelphia Eagles preseason is finally over, we will look ahead to Tuesday when the initial 53-man roster will be announced. Keep it tuned to 97.3 ESPN and 97.3ESPN.com for all the latest on the Eagles roster. Get more Eagles, Phillies, Sixers, and Flyers when you download our app. Your forecast is next.
Atlantic City is your place for really fun, really cool times this summer. Live it up with a true original. Enter to win an authentic AC getaway at AtlanticCityNJ.com.
From the Township of New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. Welcome to the weekend, the final weekend of August, in fact, and it's definitely looking sticky but mainly dry. Any showers around will exit tonight, with fog possible by tomorrow morning. Low temperature 72, warm and sticky tomorrow. Partly sunny skies, high of 85, with a slight chance of a shower. For Sunday, a mix of sun and clouds and a high temperature around 80. Get weather 24/7. Download our free mobile app today.
Our locally owned and operated small businesses are the heartbeat of our community, and the 97.3 ESPN South Jersey Industry Aces stand out as leaders in their fields, like Tomorrow's Wellness Center in Northfield. Men, let Tomorrow's Wellness Center help you rise to the occasion. Visit tomorrowswellnesscenter.com.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig filling for Mike Daly on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Phillies are back in action tonight, Friday, Saturday, Sunday against the Cardinals for the Angels come to town. By the way, the bad news is no Mike Trout next week. I believe Ohtani is still going to play DH, but he's not pitching either, so he's done for the year pitching. So that Phillies-Angels series just dropped in significance in terms of fan exuberance, shall we call it, for that series. But to talk about all of the Phillies and more, our Phillies Insider with the Phillies mailbag every week at 97.3 ESPN.com. Frank Close is back here to join us on a happy hour Friday on 97.3 ESPN. Frank, welcome back. How you doing today?
I'm great. How are you, Josh?
I'd be doing better if I understood why, after a day off, the Phillies still needed to give Realmuto a day off. And Harper is not playing first. Like I feel like it's like the Phillies are almost treating like these extra days off like they don't even exist sometimes. It confuses me.
Well, Harper's not going to play a lot of first base anytime soon. It sounds like after his back spasms he had last week, they're purposely trying to keep him off first base as much as possible. So that I understand. And let's face it, JT Realmuto is not having that great of a season behind the plate. He looks kind of lost at the plate. He seems like he's swatting at some pitches that he would never have swung at before. He needs more time off. That's something I've been advocating for the whole season. I thought they really missed their opportunity early on when they did not have the DH spot tied up because Bryce Harper was on the IL to start. And meanwhile, too, first base, that was open because both Hoskins and Derek Hall at the time were off first base. I thought they should have taken advantage of those opportunities to give him some more rest. But, going down the stretch, the catching position's it's really a tough position to play, perhaps the top position in terms of the wear and tear on your body. So he needs that time. And I think it is strategic that you give him the day off after a day off. That way he has more time for his body to recover.
Not a fan. So that was probably the best explanation we're going to get, Frank, and I still don't like the answer.
He's an old man in baseball years, Josh.
But then sit him on Sunday when it's a day game or something, like you got 2 night games and a day game on Sunday. Wasn't that's the old way we always did it for years in baseball. It was starting catcher, he has a day off, he doesn't play the Sunday afternoon game. Why is Stubbs playing on Friday night instead of on Sunday? Does Aaron Nola hate Stubbs that much? Like,
well, that could be that could be something about it if they like the matchups. Remember last time Stubbs caught Wheeler, so I don't think there's any Steve Carlton, Tim McCarver thing going on like there used to be in this town.
The other side of the conversation is and there's a lot of people, including myself, who are giving the Phillies a side eye because it's like, all right, why no Rojas tonight? Like, don't you want Rojas to get as many at bats and opportunities as possible? Like, why is not he in the lineup, you think, Frank?
Well, that has a lot to do with two things. One, it's not a lefty pitching. I think there was a lefty pitching he would. But when Kyle Schwarber has to play the outfield, you only have one center fielder available. And so Brandon Marsh still is a starter on this team. Of course, he's just coming back off the injury. He is the starter, so he's going to be the one in center field. And it is a righty pitching in Miles Michaelis. So yeah, that's why you would have Brandon Marsh starting.
So, okay. So let me break this down because I think a lot of people might not fully understand what you're saying, Frank. So what you feel like is that Marsh is the better matchup versus the right-handed pitcher. And as a result, they don't look at Marsh as a downgrade in center field defensively. Is that correct?
I think it's fair to say Rojas might be a little quicker out there, but I mean, still, technically, he is still the starting center fielder. And I think if they're going to give him his days off, it's going to be against a lefty, or they'll use him in left field. I do think when they have the options, Marsh will be in left field and either Rojas or Pache. Pache will be back soon, so we'll figure out what they're going to do there. They might be still trying to figure that out internally. They're actually taking their time with Pache's rehab assignment, I think, because they're trying to see how this plays out. But yeah, when they're facing a righty and when Schwarber's in left, I think you're going to see Marsh in center field 9 times out of 10.
Frank, I'm going to put you in the driver's seat. Frank Closer, our Phillies insider from 97.3 ESPN.com, joining us here on the Elite Acura Hotline. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Frank, how would you work Pache into this situation? Because I don't know if there's a right answer here, but I would love to hear your perspective because you watch this team as closely as anyone.
It's kind of a tough one. I don't want to option Rojas to AAA because I think he's shown himself to be valuable. I think what that probably means for him, at least in the short term, is he is probably an outfield late inning replacement if you're looking to get Castellanos out of there, and a pinch runner if you're trying to take advantage of speed on the base path. So I think they're going to probably play Pache the way that they played Rojas of late. You might see some outfields where you have Pache in center and Marsh in left. And then Rojas probably, if what I would do is I would option Castro to AAA, and because Castro does have an option, and I would just suck it up and have only Edmundo Sosa as the backup infielder. But knowing that, Garrett Stubbs, you can play Garrett Stubbs at second base or third base in a pinch. So, usually Castro is the last man off the bench. So I think they can be okay if they need to do something with that. You can put JT at first base, since Bohm is part of the first base equation right now. So I think they'll be all right. I would tend to keep both the speedy outfielders from the right side in Pache and Rojas, and Castro I would option.
What do you think what do you think this means then for the postseason roster? I know we're a month away from that, Frank, but when the Phillies go into the postseason, what do you think their preferred roster then would be? Because, I don't think in the postseason they want Garrett Stubbs to come up in a pinch, right? Somebody goes down. So would they align the roster differently than that in the postseason?
I don't think they need to. And so you'll probably have so when you go to the postseason, you can have the extra position player because you don't need a pitching staff that big. And then if you're worried though about an injury or something, you can change the roster in between games if you absolutely have to. So I would prioritize having having that speed. There was a guy that was in the Philly system. It was a prospect, so to speak, named Quentin Berry. Maybe you've heard the name, but he ended up not making the Phillies. It was during their playoff run back in the late 2000s. Probably around 2010, 2011. And Quentin Berry ended up on many major league rosters and ended up on postseason rosters because they wanted a speedster. So I think it would be really good if they had somebody like Rojas available, even as kind of your third center fielder, that you could get out there and run. So I think there's a place for something like that. And you don't need your fifth starter a lot of the time. I mean, a lot of teams, their fifth starter does not make the roster. I mean, Christopher Sanchez could be the hard luck guy off the roster, and then you fill that spot with an extra position player. So that is kind of nice that you might actually have some more room for position players on a postseason roster. And I would try to have those extra pieces that would become helpful.
Frank, flipping it over to the pitching staff, one of the conversations we've been having the last few days is about, what should the Phillies do in the postseason? And there seems to be a little bit of a back and forth going on because with Ranger Suarez out for the time being, right now the Phillies are going with a regular 5-man rotation in at least the next couple weeks here. So do we learn anything from the next couple weeks about what they want to do with their rotation, or do you think that of all things being equal, the Phillies already have an idea what they would do with their postseason rotation?
Well, I think it's going to be Wheeler and Nola. They're going to get the ball the first 2 games if they're able to set up their rotation in time. If they do what they do last year and they don't clinch the spot to the last minute, you might need those guys to get you into the playoffs. So I think the way they set up the rotation last year was going to be Wheeler and Nola to be the last 2 games, and then once they knew they clinched, then they became the postseason starters. So I still think you're going to do that, even though both of them were stronger last year in terms of their performance at times. And then beyond that, I think it's up in the air. I mean, I think there's no clear number 3. It could be Walker. It could be Suarez. It could be Lorenzen. Although, you saw Lorenzen after having the 2 best starts of his career ever, he had a couple down starts. So I think that's very much up in the air, and that's something that they're going to have to figure out over the next 6 weeks. There is no clear front runner for me to be number 3. If you say all things equal, if everybody's pitching like they're pitching now, including Suarez till he got hurt, I would probably still go Suarez. As the lefty, as someone who keeps his cool on the mound and doesn't get all frustrated like the pressure could do to somebody, especially in the playoffs for the first time. So that would be what I do, but I need to see what's going to happen here. Now, of course, the playoff series, if you win those 2 wildcard games, you're done, right? So it'll play itself out. But right now, for me, I have no clear number 3.
For me, this is just my opinion, Frank. I've been saying that unless the matchup necessitates something else, I would personally throw out there Wheeler, Suarez, Nola, because I think that Ranger, when Ranger's on, he's really good. And I like the idea that because Nola has not had his best year, I think Nola, even on a down year, is still better than most other teams' number 3 guy. So I think that's at least what I would personally do. And I have no idea what to do the 4th spot. I mean, Lorenzen, Walker, it feels like a matchup thing more than anything else. And I don't even know if that even answers the question. What are your thoughts on that?
I need to see what Suarez could do first. I think the thing with Suarez, he opened the season a little injured, so he never really got his chance to sort of catch his groove. I'm still waiting for that. Do I think he could have it? Absolutely. We've seen him rebound from injury in the past, but after such a good year he had last year, I'm not surprised that some of these things have caught up to him, being banged up just a little bit. But if he's pitching well, I like going left. Having the lefty in the middle, because it gives the hitters a completely different perspective each time. But I want to see him catch that groove first. I'm not at the point right now where I'm totally confident that he would be a better option and number 2.
What is your take on the Phillies bullpen at this point in time, Frank? Because I think if you look on paper, all things being equal, the Phillies have a lot of depth on paper. But, Alvarado, he was injured part of the year. Soto, he's been kind of boom or bust at times. Kimbrel, he's had a rocky couple outings since the All-Star break. So what is your perspective on the bullpen as we head down the stretch here?
Well, I still like the bullpen. I think we're starting to see Sir Anthony Dominguez sort of coming together. I think that was the one thing that was really tough this year, because you're talking about someone not finding his groove. I mean, Sir Anthony Dominguez has needed to needed to find himself out there. I think he's starting to round into form. And Jose Alvarado, he looked pretty good lately at coming back from his injury. So I think what you're kind of stuck with right now is you need to let Dominguez and Alvarado pitch to sort of get themselves back into the groove. But once they're in it, I think they'll be just fine. Kimbrel, I'm really not that worried about Kimbrel. I know he did take the loss the other day, but overall, I think he's been just fine. He's got the mentality. He knows how to pitch to guys. I still saw velocity coming out of him on Sunday or on Wednesday even. So I forget what date it is for a second. But I think those three are your means of success, and they've gotten a lot of other contribution. Jeff Hoffman. I mean, this is somebody that the Twins released after spring training was over, and so the Phillies jumped right on it and grabbed him and made the good decision to bring him up to the major leagues. He's been pretty reliable for them this year. And while I'm not thinking of Jeff Hoffman really as one of those go-to back end arms, I mean, he's gotten a lot of key outs for this team. Soto, yeah, you're right. He's been feast or famine. Strom, same kind of thing. There's certain games where it feels like he just gets banged around a lot, but overall he's performing well too. So, I think this is still a pretty good bullpen. We'll see what Bilotti can do. They've kind of stayed away from Bilotti so far, and then of course Dylan Covey is still hanging around, kind of reverting to the old Dylan Covey. But as I think I was telling you on Tuesday, if he's the eighth man out of the bullpen and the mop up man, I'm not that worried about him. So I think the unfortunate thing with this bullpen is Connor Brogdon didn't really give them much of anything this year, and you really had higher hopes for somebody like him who's looked really good at times in the major leagues, and then this year it's like he can't find the plate, and it's that way at AAA. His numbers are even worse at AAA this year than they've been in the major leagues. But this is not a bullpen that scares me. You expect some ups and downs. Craig Kimbrel is as good as he is. He converted all those saves in a row to start. No closer is perfect, but I still like his mentality. I still see he's got the velocity. I do agree with the Phillies that you don't want to overwork him. So I do understand that they're trying to make sure that he gets to pick his spots and get some days off too. But if Sir Anthony Dominguez is stepping up and pitching well, that makes that a heck of a lot easier. So I like the depth. I think you need to be patient with Dominguez a little bit just to sort of pitch himself back into form. Alvarado looked good so far, but he is coming off injury. But overall, I still think this is a very good bullpen.
Frank Close, our Phillies insider from 97.3 ESPN.com. Follow him on Twitter at Frank Close with a K. Phillies mailbag every Tuesday at 97.3 ESPN.com. You can tweet at him your questions for the mailbag each week. And he joined us here on the Elite Acura Hotline here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Frank, appreciate you making the time today.
Oh, always enjoy it, Josh. Thank you.
Visit Elite Acura during the Summer Performance event located on Route 73 North in Maple Shade, online at EliteAcura.com. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. We'll wrap up the show on the other side with I'll give you my happy hour Friday picks for the weekend. You may have heard me mention one or two of them earlier in the show, and we'll review your guys' texts as well at 609-403-0973, your recommendations for happy hour Friday. A little update from the battle at the beach in the halfway through the third quarter. Toms River North still leads 14-0 over Millville earlier today. Mainland Regional won 26-7 over Washington Township, and Hamilton won 35-0 this afternoon over St. John Vianney. Kenny Smith had 5 touchdowns for the Hamilton Blue Devils. High school football is here. College football is here. It's a big weekend of football. You hear us all the action on 97.3 ESPN. Tomorrow, we have Notre Dame versus Navy at 2 o'clock. Earlier in the day, Billy Schwein in the locker room. We're broadcasting live from the Ocean City High School battle at the beach from at 10 a.m. All that and more this weekend on 97.3 ESPN. Wrap up the show coming up next.
We have the perfect remedy for sitting in traffic. The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Why would someone looking for a mortgage at the Jersey Shore take a loan from a company in Detroit or North Carolina or some other far-off place? Online mortgages promise a lot but don't always deliver. First Bank of Sea Isle City knows the Jersey Shore. We are local lenders. We use local appraisers and provide in-house processing. We understand the unique obstacles of financing in Cape May County. Don't take a chance. Local banking is better. Let us guide you. First Bank of Sea Isle City.
Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun. So you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Now try Babbel free. Just go to Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
You want to grill out, but the price of meat has been skyrocketing at the supermarket. So how about 20 ribeyes for $39.99? Prime House Direct, America's #1 online butcher, is having a gigantic 4-day sale. Today through Saturday, 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. Rain or shine. Next to C&J Automotive, 425 South Whitehorse Pike, Hamilton.
Look for the big truck.
And the Big Tent, 20 ribeyes, $39.99. Cases of fillets, New York strips, Delmonico's, boneless chicken breast,
and even large shrimp
with wholesale boxes of individual prime portions, vacuum sealed for long freezer life. 20 ribeyes, $39.99. Accepting cash, credit, debit card, and EBT. 20 ribeyes, $39.99. Stop by and register to win our $1,000 prime steak, chicken, pork, and seafood package. No purchase necessary. 20 ribeyes, $39.99. Next to C&J Automotive, 425 South Whitehorse Pike, Hamilton. Today through Saturday, 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. Rain or shine. Online at the PrimeHouseDirect.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to nomoredraftywindows.com for full offer details.
Attention all homeowners. Do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Fog between the glass. Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And right now, you can save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. Just text PLACE to 200-300 for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for a year. That's right. You don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. But hurry, these big dollar savings end this month. Text PLACE to 200-300 right now. Text the word PLACE to 200-300. Don't wait. Text PLACE to 200-300.
Summertime, baseball and golf season are in full swing, plus so much more. BetParx is an official betting operator of the PGA Tour. It's a great time of year. Plus, the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app follows you to the shore and the mountains. Get in on the action all summer long, whether you're on the beach, the boat, or the boardwalk. Bet while you're on the lake and the Poconos. BetParx has you covered. It's all right in the palm of your hand. Odds, bets, slots, and games. Download the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app right now. Check out live in-game betting, same-game parlays, teasers, and more. Bet more than the score. Bet player performances. Bet hits, home runs, and strikeouts in baseball. All new users bet $10 and get $125 in sportsbook bonus if your first bet wins. Get in on the action all summer long. BetParx has you covered. BetParx.com has terms and conditions. New users and winning bets only. Sports bonus bet must be wagered once. See website for details. Must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie bundles let you create your own delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, and a medium hot coffee. but it's obvious which combo's the best. Sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes. Well, maybe it's the fresh cracked egg and cheese biscuit with a medium hot coffee. Or 2 savory sausage biscuits. Whichever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
With GMF financing to qualified buyers excludes Corvette, excludes prior sales.
Labor Day deals are here. Yes. Right now at Bennett Chevrolet, we've got all our red hot Labor Day deals going on now. These are special holiday sale offers you won't find anywhere else. No way, no how. While other dealers are still selling at or above MSRP, Bennett's selling new Chevys at GM supplier employee prices. Forget about MSRP prices, because at Bennett, you'll get the same deal employees get. You'll save even more with available 1.9% financing. 1.9%. And right now, Bennett will pay you a minimum $10,000 for any trade towards any pre-owned in stock. Yep, you heard right. Bennett's giving a minimum $10,000 for any rusted out old rattle trap you can drive or even tow to Bennett Chevy. Imagine how trade. And Bennett's famous non-commissioned sales team is paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend, so there's never any pressure. Find new roads at Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Final segment of the Sports Bash, Happy Hour Friday. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, I promise I give you guys some picks before I get out of here. Your Happy Hour Friday, some recommendations. Over on the text board, we only really got one recommendation that stood out to me the whole time. There's been some weird things recommended. I don't know if you guys are just tired. We had a long night last night. You were, partying too hard with really the only good recommendation on the entire 4 hours of the show was Black Tide's Angry Osprey. Angry Osprey is definitely a good go-to, reliable. My only thing with it is I would always tell people, if you don't like your brew to have any strong citra, or if you don't like your brew to have any hint of anything, it's not just pure hops, and maybe Angry Osprey is not your flavor, but I think it's one of the best brews. A couple of others I'll give you from Slack Tide for some weekend recommendations. There's nothing better in summertime than a slammer from Slack Tide. It's that kind of like easy IPA, but it's much more on the bright, flavorful side with the citrus flavors. That's a great summer brew. And then the other one I would throw out there is from Slack Tide. You got the Angry Osprey, you got the Slim. So those are the two main ones. I don't know if they still have it in stock, but I know when they had the Monkey Face Banana Stout, that was absolutely excellent over at Slack Tide. And the other one I'm going to highlight here is Ludlam Island Brewery. The Green Gobbler is turning into one of the staples. It's one of their best IPAs they've ever made. I'm personally a huge fan. That's called the Bay Muck Oatmeal Raisin Cookie. It's in a cast style format, and it's incredible. It's absolutely awesome. I had that last weekend. And another couple reliable ones that I love them are the Last Minute Shanty. I mentioned the summer brew. The pink lemonade style shanty brew is a great summertime drink. I think it's great. I think it's one of the best brews they make. I know Mike Gill's a big fan of the IPA, Water Guns and Rainbows. So I'll throw it out there in honor of Mike Gill, who's not here today. Some recommendations for your Happy Hour Friday here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Just a reminder, no game night tonight. Sports Bash Best of coming up next, and then tomorrow morning I'll be out at Ocean City High School with Billy Schweim and the locker room guys. We will be broadcasting live. Billy Schweim, Mike Carlin, and Dave Clemick will all be out there at Ocean City High School. I'll be with them, getting them all situated and set up tomorrow. And then also tomorrow afternoon, we have Notre Dame versus Navy. Coverage begins at 2 p.m. on 97.3 ESPN. My 2 college football picks for the weekend. I told you Navy minus 20.5, and I like Vanderbilt minus 18. I like them both to win big tomorrow. Just not good matchups for their opponents. Hawaii is not a good team, and I think Navy under a new head coach is not going to be 100% full power, and Notre Dame will be ready for the Navy triple option this week. All right? Thanks to Frank Close, Adam Kaplan, Dan Alexander, and Mike McGarrett for joining me, Josh Hennig, filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash. Have a great night, everybody.
Hi, this is Billy Schwein from The Locker Room. Join me, former Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Dave Klemick, and Mike Carlin Saturday morning from 10 a.m. to noon as we broadcast live from the Ocean City High School football field for the Battle at the Beach High School Football Classic.
97.3 ESPN's live broadcast from Ocean City High School on Saturday is being brought to you by Shade Sunglasses of Ocean City with 2 locations at 838 Boardwalk and 1124 Boardwalk. Rindazzo's Pizza, located at 34th Street and Asbury Avenue in Ocean City. All-Campus Sports Headgear, located at 1028 Boardwalk in Ocean City. And by the top real estate agent in South Jersey, Mark Grimes, your agent at the beach, with offices in Ocean City. Don't miss The Locker Room with Billy Schweim's live broadcast from the Battle at the Beach Football Classic at Ocean City High School tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. on 97.3 ESPN.